Chapter 1043. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was dazed as he looked at the image on the screen. The content of this image was the small meeting that the forces behind the 13th Prince had held to discuss how to deal with Xiaofeng. The people that appeared in the image were all representatives of the forces behind the 13th Prince. Even the black-armored Sacred Lord of Nine Darkness Palace was present. How did Xiaofeng have this image? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was puzzled. This aura. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss immediately realized something after the shock passed. The cold light that shot out from Xiaofeng's bracer contained a powerful demonic Dao aura. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was able to confirm that the owner of this aura cultivated a secret technique of Nine Darkness Palace. Could there be a spy that Xiaofeng planted in Nine Darkness Palace? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had a grim expression. No wonder the assassination attempt last time failed. Logically speaking, there was no way Xiaofeng would be able to escape with the help of 3 Sacred Lords and the evil Death Ean Spirit Array. Xiaofeng, hand that person over. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's eyes were cold as the mystic light, sacred power within his body started to circulate. In this image, the forces were only discussing how to deal with Xiaofeng and didn't mention the Crown Prince. However, if the spy had evidence that Nine Darkness Palace was planning to deal with the Crown Prince, then things would be bad. Xiaofeng's calm expression made Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss feel uneasy for the first time. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, the people involved in this assassination seemed to be from the forces behind the 13th Prince. Xiaofeng didn't care about Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's words and hinted with a hint of threat. This is a personal feud between Nine Darkness Palace and you. Those forces were all recruited by Nine Darkness Palace. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss immediately said, as long as they weren't related to the Imperials, Nine Darkness Palace didn't have anything to fear in the continent zone. Since you admit that all of this was planned by Nine Darkness Palace, then we can't just let this go like this. Xiaofeng revealed a smile. Ha ha ha, you don't have the right to negotiate with me. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss laughed. Xiaofeng's words made it seem like he was negotiating with Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. In other words, he wanted Nine Darkness Palace to compensate for the assassination attempt. Also, I'll say it again, hand over that person. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss expression was cold as killing intent radiated from him. From what happened just now, he could see that the spy that he had planted in Nine Darkness Palace was currently in Xiaofeng's misty spatial world. If Xiaofeng wasn't willing to hand over the misty spatial world, then he could only steal the misty spatial world or kill Xiaofeng. The atmosphere within the pavilion was oppressive to the extreme, and it was dark like the night. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, does Nine Darkness Palace think that I've used the last god-slaying arrow? Xiaofeng had a cold expression as he looked at Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss and asked coldly. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss paused for a moment. Based on the information and analysis, the higher-ups of many forces speculated that Xiaofeng had used the god-slaying arrow. However, no one had seen it with their own eyes, so this conclusion wasn't absolute. It's impossible for you to defeat Sacred Lord Myriad Forms with your strength. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss didn't reply to Xiaofeng. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms was a non-human Sacred Lord with the eyes of myriad forms. His true strength was even comparable to Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, who was at the late stages of the mystic light realm. Then why don't you try? Xiaofeng laughed coldly. The pavilion was extremely silent. If it wasn't for Xiaofeng's reminder, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss would have attacked already. However, Xiaofeng only mentioned the god-slaying arrow. Although he didn't admit that he really had another god-slaying arrow, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss started to panic and didn't know what to do. He had finally reached the late stages of the mystic light realm, and he might even be able to touch the heavenly divine realm. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss didn't want to play around with his life. Zhao Feng, you won't be able to live for long if you go against 9 Darkness Palace. The next instant, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss figure disappeared, and only his voice echoed across the ocean smoke pavilion branch. Within the misty spatial world, the black-armored Sacred Lord started to sweat for Zhao Feng. Master, do you really have more god-slaying arrows? The black-armored Sacred Lord asked. This was something he was curious about as well. Yes. Zhao Feng didn't hide anything. The black-armored Sacred Lord's heart shook, and he relaxed slightly. 9 Darkness Palace won't cause trouble for Master during this period of time. If Master can become a Sacred Lord soon, you'll have more confidence in dealing with 9 Darkness Palace. The black-armored Sacred Lord suggested. He believed that Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss would find out that he was the traitor after he returned. After all, not many members of 9 Darkness Palace had attended that meeting, and he hadn't returned to 9 Darkness Palace ever since he failed to kill Zhao Feng. I'm going to cause trouble for 9 Darkness Palace now. Zhao Feng's eyes sharpened. The current Ocean Smoke Pavilion was no longer the weak 2-star faction of the past. At this moment, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion included the 10,000 Sacred Clan, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight's assassination force, and the Ghost Fire Clan. Furthermore, the forces near the ocean were all controlled by the Ocean Smoke Pavilion to a certain degree. Adding on the resources that Zhao Feng gave them and the protection of the Imperial Draconic Providence, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion had developed to a terrifying level in just a few short years. Their forces almost extended from the ocean to the center of the continent. Furthermore, the main force of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion had moved from the ocean to the Yu province of the Ji family. The ocean where the Ocean Smoke Pavilion and the 10,000 Sacred Clan were located had become their backline. At this moment, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion could be considered one of the top forces in the continent zone. Bai Qingyue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight arrived several dozen days later, while Old Ghost Su remained in Yu province. I didn't expect Master to arrive so quickly and take care of everything. Bai Qingyue revealed an ashamed expression. Zhao Feng's original intention in establishing this faction was to serve him. However, up until now, this force that Zhao Feng had spent a lot of resources on was like a burden to Zhao Feng, and it needed to be saved by Zhao Feng. Master, the assassination organization that I'm in is becoming famous, and it's called the Silence Assassination Division. Supreme Emperor Dark Knight reported the situation of the assassination organization to Zhao Feng. It was extremely easy for the assassination organization to develop with the Ocean Smoke Pavilion's information network. Adding on the fact that they were controlled by professional assassins from Black Screen Corner and the resources that Zhao Feng gave them, they soon stood out from the other assassination organizations. Bai Qingyue then told Zhao Feng about the Ocean Smoke Pavilion's recent development and future goals. Not bad, Zhao Feng said after listening carefully. Due to the Crown Prince trial, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion became famous, and the war between the Lord dynasties attracted the attention of many forces. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion used this chance to develop rapidly. What Bai Qingyue said was even more detailed and accurate than what the green-robed elder from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion branch had said. In the future, this force will be called the Hall of Gods, Zhao Feng said after thinking for a while. His original goal was to create a superpower that could spread across the world and rule the world. Understood, Master. Bai Qingyue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight could feel the ambition in Zhao Feng's heart when they heard this name. Furthermore, the forces that they controlled were too messy. They needed a name or a supreme leader. Bai Qingyue, you're still the Hall Master. Zhao Feng was very satisfied with Bai Qingyue's performance. Understood. Bai Qingyue's heart shook. She didn't expect Zhao Feng to trust her so much and place his final goal on her. Bai Qingyue was extremely excited and was willing to serve Zhao Feng wholeheartedly. Black-armored Sacred Lord, in the future, you will become an assassin and develop the Silence Assassination Division. Zhao Feng waved his left hand. A muscular man clad in black scale armor appeared at this place. Sacred Lord, the hearts of Bai Qingyue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight shook. They all knew this Sacred Lord. He was the black-armored Sacred Lord of 9 Darkness Palace, and his battle power might even be stronger than Supreme Emperor Dark Knight's. They didn't expect their master to even be able to control a Sacred Lord of 9 Darkness Palace. The Hall of Gods would become stronger and stronger. Thank you, Master, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight said. Although the assassination organization was developing quickly, they did indeed lack peak experts like this. The next task will be even harder. Zhao Feng looked into the distance. The force that he wanted had pretty much formed, and if he wanted to reach Xiao Feng's final goal, he couldn't just focus on developing. The rise of a strong force would definitely be accompanied by the fall of another force. Please give us your orders, Master, the other 3 people in the hall said in unison. They could all feel that Zhao Feng was planning a very big game of chess. They could also faintly sense the direction that Zhao Feng was heading in. This is the reward for your hard work over the years. Zhao Feng threw out 2 interspatial rings. Supreme Emperor Dark Knight and Bai Qingyue both had a lot of potential, so while Zhao Feng was using them, he would also nurture them. The black-armored Sacred Lord had just joined Xiao Feng's faction, so he didn't have any rewards. Thank you, Master. Bai Qingyue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight gave another deep bow. There was only one thing in Bai Qingyue's interspatial ring, but it made her extremely excited. It was a portion of 100 Origin sacred honey, a treasure that could increase one's chances of breaking through to the mystic light realm. What Zhao Feng gave Supreme Emperor Dark Knight were some peak wicked techniques and cultivation resources. Bai Qingyue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight's expressions made the black-armored Sacred Lord curious as to what Zhao Feng had given them for them to be so excited and happy. Bai Qingyue, focus your intelligence on 9 Darkness Palace. If they wanted to deal with 9 Darkness Palace, they needed to keep an eye on them and learn more about them. Bai Qingyue then left and headed back to Yu Province. Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, your task is even more important than Bai Qingyue's. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile. Zhao Feng then talked to Supreme Emperor Dark Knight in private. If the assassination organization's Silence Assassination Hall wanted to grow stronger, they would need powerful assassins and a good reputation. The Hall of Gods was large enough to support the Silence Assassination Division, so they needed to start with fame. I want you to steal business from Black Screen Corner. Zhao Feng spoke his thoughts. Black Screen Corner was one of the 3 biggest organizations in the underground world, and it was also the strongest assassination force in the continent zone. Supreme Emperor Dark Knight jumped up in fright at Zhao Feng's idea, but it was just stealing business and not offending Black Screen Corner. Being a member of Black Screen Corner, he knew how terrifying Black Screen Corner was. Then our target, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, guessed Zhao Feng's thoughts. If an assassination organization wanted to steal business, then it would obviously be assassinations. The Silence Assassination Division's targets were obviously 9 Darkness Palace and related forces. If Zhao Feng and 9 Darkness Palace were enemies, he needed to grow and weaken 9 Darkness Palace at the same time. Zhao Feng and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight then discussed how to carry out their plan. I'll anonymously post many expensive assassination missions in the Silence Assassination Division. At the same time, I'll post the same missions in Black Screen Corner to attract the attention of assassins. Since they were stealing business, the rewards of these assassination missions had to be rich enough to attract the attention of many experts. In this regard, Zhao Feng had already thought of an excellent idea. Chapter 1044. Stealing the business of Black Screen Corner and obtaining the rewards for the assassination missions were the most important. The rewards that Zhao Feng took out had to be something that other forces couldn't take out, and they had to be something that countless experts would fight for. Zhao Feng's figure disappeared after Supreme Emperor Dark Knight and the black-armored Sacred Lord left. Zhao Feng carefully approached the depths of the forest in the ancient dream realm. The see-through ability of Zhao Feng's left I was greatly restricted in the ancient dream realm. However, now that Zhao Feng's left I had mutated into a golden color, and with the help of the light of transparency, Zhao Feng could see through the ancient plants and see what was happening in the depths of the forest. There was a pond in the center of the forest, and the clear water came from the mountain behind it. Several dozen golden-winged scarlet tigers were resting around the pond. At this moment, Zhao Feng realized that the golden-winged scarlet tiger he killed back then was one of the weakest of the golden-winged scarlet tigers. 2 of the largest golden-winged scarlet tigers were there, and Zhao Feng could feel the terrifying aura of an ancient beast just by looking at them from afar. One of the golden-winged scarlet tigers seemed to sense something and looked in Zhao Feng's direction. Zhao Feng immediately looked away and concealed his aura. The strength of this golden-winged scarlet tiger is at least comparable to a late-stage mystic light realm, Zhao Feng murmured in his heart. However, in reality, this golden-winged scarlet tiger was only at the beginning stage mystic light realm. Zhao Feng circled the habitat of the golden-winged scarlet tigers and started to take action. Zhao Feng's target was a golden-winged scarlet tiger that had left its territory. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng released an aura. That golden-winged scarlet tiger instantly sensed something and flew toward Zhao Feng's direction, leaving its territory. "It's you this time." Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body and the perfect blood devil sun bloodline as he charged toward this golden-winged scarlet tiger. With his previous experience, Zhao Feng could deal with the golden-winged scarlet tiger more easily this time. He grasped the rhythm of the battle and attacked the golden-winged scarlet tiger's weaknesses. When the golden-winged scarlet tiger sensed Zhao Feng's strength and was about to escape, a powerful surge of eye bloodline power appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye. Wind lightning eye flame. A shocking amount of eye bloodline power flames surged from Zhao Feng's left eye. Purple and gold light flowed around it, and wisps of dark god tribulation lightning appeared. Boom! A ball of transparent purple-gold lightning fire struck the golden-winged scarlet tiger's head with the destructive power of tribulation lightning. This was the moment when the golden-winged scarlet tiger was at its weakest. Zhao Feng immediately charged forward and gave it a fatal blow. Whoosh! Zhao Feng dragged the dead golden-winged scarlet tiger back into the misty spatial world. Meow meow. The little thieving cat, who had been sleeping, immediately leaped over, drooling as its eyes sparkled. No, this golden-winged scarlet tiger is useful for something else. Zhao Feng immediately stopped the little thieving cat's delusions. In the end, Zhao Feng told the little thieving cat to cut the golden-winged scarlet tiger into pieces and gave one of its wings to the little thieving cat. Zhao Feng left the ocean smoke pavilion branch and started to make his way there. Along the way, Zhao Feng used the teleportation array in the city and the misty spatial world to quickly reach his destination. Long Rainbow City, Saint Herb Pavilion, welcome. May I ask what herbs or pills you need? An elegant woman, dressed in a green silk gown, welcomed them. Zhao Feng then went straight to the 8th floor of the Saint Herb Pavilion. Several emperors were choosing herbs and pills on the 8th floor. "Zhou Su-er, I'm coming up," Zhao Feng said before stepping onto the stairs leading to the 9th floor. "Who is that young man? He can go straight to the 9th floor? The pavilion master here is an Imperial's. Golden hair and golden eyes. Could he be Zhao Feng?" The emperors on the 8th floor were stunned. Now that the 2 Lord dynasties were at war, almost all the forces and experts of the Lord dynasties would pay attention to the front lines. Most of them had personally participated in the war. Therefore, Zhao Feng's fame from defeating sacred Lord Myriad forms was even greater than his performance in the Crown Prince trial. Zhou Su-er's voice sounded the moment Zhao Feng reached the 9th floor. "I thought you would never come to my place again." Zhou Su-er's voice contained a hint of complaint. "I came this time because I need your help with something," Zhao Feng bluntly said. Zhou Su-er's eyebrows immediately furrowed as she stared at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's words had obviously hurt her. "What is it?" Zhou Su sighed. She knew that Zhao Feng was the grand elder of a big force and was extremely busy. He had been fighting on the battlefield just a while ago. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had a feud with 9 Darkness Palace, so Zhao Feng didn't have much free time. "I have the flesh and blood of a beast that I want to refine into a pill," Zhao Feng said. "Small matter," Zhou Su agreed easily. The most valuable part of a beast was its ingredients and crystal core. However, the flesh and blood of some beasts were extremely unique and contained a lot of essence energy. If it was refined into a pill, it would be more suitable for cultivators to use. "I also have a requirement for the quality of the pill." Zhao Feng planned to use the flesh and blood of the golden-winged scarlet tiger to refine a pill as a reward for the assassination missions. These assassination missions targeted a wide range of people, from kings to sacred lords. Therefore, it was best to separate the quality of the pill. "So troublesome. Give the body of the beast to me." Zhou Su was very curious as to what kind of rare beast Zhao Feng had obtained. After all, Zhao Feng was a body-strengthening expert, and his state of existence had already reached the mystic light realm. The flesh and blood of normal beasts had almost no effect on him. Zhao Feng took out an interspatial ring. If he took out the flesh and blood of the golden-winged scarlet tiger, the ancient aura radiating from it might be sensed by other experts. Zhou Su looked at the mysterious Zhao Feng and put her divine sense into the interspatial ring. "This is..." Zhou Su paused. Being a doctor, she could obviously feel the powerful aura radiating from the golden-winged scarlet tiger. However, this beast had already been cut up, so she couldn't tell what it was. "What a strong, ancient aura," Zhou Su immediately said. This strong, ancient aura was several times stronger than the aura in the imperial tombs. "There's also the aura of an ancient bloodline on it. Did you kill the original race with the ancient bloodline?" Zhou Su asked in shock. She felt the bloodline in her body shake. The original race with the ancient bloodline, such as the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly, was extremely valuable. No one would kill such a precious beast to refine into a pill. "It's just an ancient race, ranked in the 90s, Zhao Feng explained. Zhou Su calmed herself down. An ancient race with such a low ranking was indeed not very useful. However, the strong ancient bloodline and the powerful blood essence still surprised her. "You can stay here for a while. I've never refined an original race of the 10,000 primordial races before, and it contains the ancient bloodline. I need to ask Master," Zhou Su explained to Zhao Feng and left the Saint Herb Pavilion. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Zhao Feng had only taken a small portion of the golden-winged scarlet tiger's bloodline. The majority of the golden-winged scarlet tiger's bloodline remained in its body in order to increase the quality of the pill. After Zhou Su left, Zhao Feng temporarily stayed on the 9th floor of the Saint Herb Pavilion. One golden-winged scarlet tiger is far from enough. A pill made from a golden-winged scarlet tiger might be able to attract the assassin's attention, but it wouldn't be able to stop them. Therefore, Zhao Feng would enter the ancient dream realm from time to time to find a chance to lure 1 or 2 golden-winged scarlet tigers. Half a month passed. Zhao Feng successfully killed another 2 golden-winged scarlet tigers. However, the golden-winged scarlet tigers had already noticed what Zhao Feng was doing. Almost all the golden-winged scarlet tigers were gathered near the pond, and they would go out in groups. The difficulty for Zhao Feng to kill them increased significantly. I wonder what's so special about that pond. Zhao Feng, who was in the forest, used his see-through ability to see through the clear pond. There must be something special about the pond if dozens of golden-winged scarlet tigers were staying there. Suddenly, Zhao Feng seemed to sense something, so he left the ancient dream realm and returned to the Saint Herb Pavilion. Two figures soon arrived on the 9th floor of the Saint Herb Pavilion. One of them was Zhou Su-er, and next to her was a white-haired old lady with kind eyes. "Zhao Feng, the pill is done." Two white jade bottles appeared in Zhou Su-er's hands. Zhao Feng opened the bottle and scanned it with his left eye. There was a difference in quality between the two bottles, but the quality of the pills still exceeded Zhao Feng's expectations. One of the bottles contains spiritual blood core pills, which are made from flesh and blood. The other bottle contains blood essence pills, which focus on the bloodline with a small amount of flesh and blood. The white-haired old lady explained to Zhao Feng, "This is my master, sacred Dr. Jade Spirit." Zhou Su-er introduced. "May I ask why Senior is here?" Zhao Feng gave a faint smile as he looked at the white-haired old lady. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit was one of the top sacred doctors in the continent. These people mainly cultivated the Tao of medicine, but they were still sacred lords. From this, one could see how talented they were in these two areas. If there was nothing important, why would a sacred doctor come here personally? At the same time, Zhao Feng also guessed that these pills might have been personally refined by sacred Dr. Jade Spirit. Otherwise, the quality wouldn't be so high. I wonder if little friend Zhao Feng has more of this bloodline? I'm willing to exchange it for a high price. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit said. One had to know how precious a favor from a sacred doctor of the continent zone was. Countless forces and experts were involved behind a saint of the way of medicine. Zhou Su-er's lips twitched. She knew that the flesh that Zhao Feng took out wasn't as simple as it seemed. The original races of the 10,000 ancient races are too rare. Zhao Feng replied, but he didn't reject it. Little friend Zhao, do you not have any other requests? Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit continued to ask. She refined the pills herself, so she could obviously feel that a portion of the bloodline had been taken away by Zhao Feng. Although she had refined some of the bloodline, it was extremely rare. After all, as a famous sacred doctor of the continent, she wouldn't be too obvious when it came to cutting corners. However, just this bit of bloodline already stunned sacred Dr. Jade Spirit for a long time. The purity of the ancient bloodline was ridiculously high. Even if this beast was from the original race of the 10,000 ancient races, it wouldn't have such a pure ancient bloodline. Yes, I want sacred Dr. Jade Spirit to refine pills for the Hall of Gods for 10 years. Zhao Feng said with a faint smile. The value of a sacred doctor of the Tao for 10 years was far higher than 100 years of a sacred lord. Zhou Su-er shook her head after a moment of surprise. Her master, sacred Dr. Jade Spirit, didn't lose to any force. She even rejected the Imperial's invitation. Haha, I wonder what little friend Zhao can offer. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit smiled faintly. She hadn't heard of the Hall of Gods before, but that didn't matter. Zhou Su-er's expression paused. If it was anyone else, sacred Dr. Jade Spirit would reject them and wouldn't refine pills for them in the future. However, her master didn't reject them this time. Instead, she seemed to be interested. Zhao Feng handed over an interspatial ring and asked, Senior should know what kind of beast the flesh came from, right? Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit took the interspatial ring and checked it with her divine sense. She instantly froze on the spot, and her eyes became dazed. It was obvious that all of her consciousness had entered the interspatial ring. Chapter 1045. Saint Dr. Jade Spirit's consciousness entered the storage space to observe what was inside. It was a monster beast of the 10,000 primordial races. Although it was already dead, it still exuded a powerful and vicious aura. Such a powerful physical strength, a rich bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, and an ancient aura of heaven and earth. Holy Dr. Jade's spirit wanted to study this golden-winged scarlet tiger immediately, but her consciousness returned to her body. Within the celestial her pavilion, saintly Dr. Jade's spirit's eyes regained their clarity, and she immediately said, "Then it's settled." Zhou Su was waiting to see Zhao Feng being humiliated, but she didn't expect her master to say that. "Master, why did you agree?" Zhou Su asked immediately. At the same time, Zhou Su was very curious as to what Zhao Feng had offered to make divine Dr. Jade's spirit, who even the royal family had rejected, agree to Zhao Feng's request. "What, you don't want Master to help him?" Saint Dr. Jade's spirit asked and smiled at Zhou Su. Zhou Su blushed and stopped talking. "Thank you, Senior." Zhao Feng smiled. He hadn't expected to meet saintly Dr. Jade's spirit on this trip. The Hall of Gods had just been established, and the addition of saintly Dr. Jade's spirit would increase their fame. Moreover, in the future, if Zhao Feng wanted to refine pills, he could directly look for this Saint Doctor. "Senior, do you need to prepare anything?" Zhao Feng asked. Since sacred Dr. Jade spirit agreed to serve the Hall of Gods for 10 years, she would definitely move to the Hall of Gods. "Let's go," sacred Dr. Jade spirit said. To a sacred lord, 10 years was nothing more than the blink of an eye. Once he reached the Hall of Gods would definitely be responsible for the materials needed for alchemy in the future. "Zhou Su, we're leaving." Zhao Feng smiled. Although it was only 10 years, Zhao Feng was confident that he could still make Jade's spirit stay after 10 years. "I'm going too," Zhou Su said when she saw that her master and Zhao Feng were about to leave. Zhao Feng was stunned. He didn't know what Zhou Su was thinking. "I want to be with Master." Zhou Su immediately stuck close to saintly Dr. Jade's spirit. "You don't care about the celestial herb pavilion?" Zhao Feng asked. "The immortal herb pavilion is also joining the Hall of Gods," Zhou Su said without hesitation. "All right, let's go together." Zhao Feng did not understand what was going on with Zhou Su. However, the immortal herb pavilion was one of the top medicinal herb trading centers in Yinzhou. Joining the Hall of Gods was naturally a good thing. This way, the Hall of Gods also had professionals in the field of alchemy and alchemy. The Hall of Gods domain expanded once again. Zhao Feng arrived beside the two of them and waved his left arm guard. Whoosh! In a layer of overlapping silvery shadows, the three of them suddenly faded and disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared outside a spirit hall. Is this the ability to travel through space? Sacred Dr. Jade's spirit was slightly surprised. It was obvious that she hadn't paid much attention to what was happening in the outside world and didn't know that Zhao Feng had obtained the misty spatial world. What a huge consumption! Zhao Feng murmured in a low tone. This time, Zhao Feng had to carry 2 people to use the misty spatial world's teleportation ability, and sacred Dr. Jade's spirit was a sacred Lord-level expert. The 3 then entered the spiritual hall and used the teleportation array. When they arrived at the branch of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion, Zhao Feng said, "Put the Saint Her Pavilion under our management." The 3 then continued on their way toward Yu Province. On the way, Zhao Feng would use the teleportation ability twice and rest for a while to recover his true yuan. The 3 arrived at the Hall of Gods in Yu Province a couple dozen days later. This was the first time Zhao Feng had seen the newly built Hall of Gods. The Hall of Gods stood on a chain of mountains. The mountains were dangerous and mist surrounded them. The palace was simple and majestic, and it was either on the mountains or on the walls of the mountains. Zhao Feng had already contacted Bai Qingyue through the Dark Heart Seal. At this moment, Bai Qingyue was already waiting outside the mountain. "Grand Elder, Senior Sacred Dr. Jade's Spirit, please." Bai Qingyue looked at Zhao Feng with admiration. She didn't expect Zhao Feng to invite another sacred lord in just 1 or 2 months. Furthermore, it was sacred Dr. Jade Spirit, who was famous across the continent. Bai Qingyue organize a medicine pavilion and have sacred Dr. Jade Spirit stay there. Zhao Feng ordered. The group then entered the Hall of Gods. After settling sacred Dr. Jade Spirit and Zhou Suer down, Zhao Feng, Bai Qingyue, and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight gathered in a secret hall. Master, this is the information on 9 Darkness Palace and some information on Black Screen Corner. Bai Qingyue organized a mountain of information, but Zhao Feng quickly memorized and understood all of it with his eye bloodline. Master, I suggest that the following people be our first targets. Bai Qingyue reported to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Bai Qingyue's analysis was very accurate. Assassinating members of 9 Darkness Palace was easy at the start, but it would become more and more difficult. Therefore, they couldn't waste the first batch of targets on useless people. After making the decision, Zhao Feng gave the mission of the Silence Assassination Division to Supreme Emperor Dark Knight. Master, are you personally going to Black Screen Corner? Supreme Emperor Dark Knight asked. Zhao Feng and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight had already discussed this plan long ago. It wasn't enough to just put up missions in the Silence Assassination Division. They also had to put up missions in Black Screen Corner to attract the attention of many assassins and experts. Zhao Feng believed that the rewards of the missions would definitely attract the interest of assassins. Once they tasted the sweetness, Zhao Feng would only put up missions in the Silence Assassination Division. No, I'll get someone else to go in my place. Originally, Zhao Feng was planning to go to Black Screen Corner himself, but Black Screen Corner was quite far from Yu Province and wasn't within the range of the misty spatial world, so Zhao Feng gave this secret mission to someone else. However, because he wasn't at ease, he could only give it to one of the members that Zhao Feng had enslaved before. A skinny figure arrived after Bai Qingyue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight left for a while. Master, what are your orders? It was Emperor Withered Shadow. Emperor Withered Shadow was the assassin that had assassinated Old Monster Su. He had been enslaved by Zhao Feng and became an upper echelon member of the assassination organization. Emperor Withered Shadow, go to Black Screen Corner and put up assassination missions for me. Zhao Feng and Emperor Withered Shadow disappeared from this secret hall after giving out orders. On the same day, many new assassination missions appeared at the mission receiving points of the Silence Assassination Division in Yu Province, and they were all related to 9 Darkness Palace. Many experts with cold and murderous auras gathered in a hidden wooden house in the forest. Most of them were dressed in black. This should be an assassination mission from an enemy force of 9 Darkness Palace. Hee, I only care about the reward, not the target. A cold assassin with a pale face licked his lips. Spiritual blood core pill? It contains powerful energy and blood, and it can increase the power of one's bloodline. It can even awaken one's bloodline to a certain extent. This is a lie, right? An assassin didn't believe it when he saw the description of the reward. The description of the reward made the effects of the spiritual blood core pill too ridiculous, especially the fact that it could increase the power of one's bloodline and awaken one's bloodline. Everyone found it hard to believe. Spiritual herbs like this were priceless treasures. However, the Silent Assassination Division wouldn't give out fake rewards. Furthermore, this spiritual blood core pill seems to have been refined by a medicine saint. An elder with a weak aura said. The medicinal pills refined by the medicine Dao sage had imperceptibly improved by a level. If the same pill was refined by a normal medicine grandmaster and a medicine saint, even if the latter was more expensive, people would still buy the pill refined by the medicine saint. I'll accept this mission. The cold-blooded killer with a deathly pale face accepted an assassination mission and left in a hurry. An area behind the Hall of Gods was designated as a forbidden area. This was where Zhao Feng was temporarily staying. Zhao Feng wandered around in the forest in the ancient dream realm. After killing a few golden-winged scarlet tigers, they've already taken measures and won't leave by themselves. Zhao Feng was slightly depressed. The only ones that could help him in the ancient dream realm were the Yao bird, the black eagle, and the giant python. However, their battle power wasn't enough to fight against the golden-winged scarlet tigers. Looks like I need to nurture a force that can help me steal resources in the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng only realized this at this moment. However, where should Zhao Feng go? The golden-winged scarlet tigers in front of him were already very difficult to deal with. Then I'll have to start with the beast horde in the misty spatial world. Zhao Feng's eyes dimmed slightly. After giving 2 beast hordes to the 9th prince, Zhao Feng only had 2 beast hordes and the 5 poison distinct bees left. The battle power of those 2 beast hordes had increased dramatically with the help of Zhao Feng's resources, but it still wasn't enough to fight against the golden-winged scarlet tigers. Now, only the 5 poison distinct bees were left. In the end, Zhao Feng picked a few dozen bee kings and 10 bee emperors and brought them into the ancient dream realm. This was the first time Zhao Feng brought other living beings into the ancient dream realm. Of course, the 5 poison distinct bees that entered the ancient dream realm could only stay here in the future. At the start, the 5 poison distinct bees weren't used to it. However, they were still ancient insects, and the ones that Zhao Feng picked were all bee kings and bee emperors. Therefore, they were able to adapt very quickly. The auras of the 5 poison distinct bees had obviously increased after staying in the ancient dream realm for a while. I'll let them adapt to the environment first, then prepare to take the pond in the center of the forest. Zhao Feng made a decision. At this moment, in the ocean smoke pavilion near the ocean, a purple and blood-colored figure flashed across the sky. This seems to be an intelligence force. Nan Gongxing's eyes focused as he looked at the ocean smoke pavilion below. This is the force of the Hall of Gods. What business does Senior have? An old man from the ocean smoke pavilion immediately flew out. Hall of Gods? Nan Gongxing muttered softly. He had no impression of it. Whoosh! Nan Gongxing descended directly into the ocean smoke pavilion. Boom! The defensive array around the ocean smoke pavilion shattered, and Nan Gongxing instantly arrived in front of the elder. Tell me, where is Zhao Feng? Nan Gongxing's expression was cold and wicked. His terrifying aura made the elder in front of him freeze and unable to move. Why are you looking for our grand elder? The elder broke out in a cold sweat. Only now did he realize how terrifying this young man was. He wasn't any weaker than Old Monster Su or Supreme Emperor Dark Knight. Hall of Gods? Grand Elder Zhao Feng? Nan Gongxing's eyes flashed with a dark purple light. Chapter 1046. A month after the assassination mission was announced, the spiritual blood core pill, the reward of the assassination mission, spread among the assassins in the Silence Assassination Hall. Most of the assassins from the other assassin organizations didn't believe the spiritual blood core pill when they heard about it. They thought that it was a gimmick created by the Silence Assassination Hall to expand. A few days later, Emperor Withered Shadow also anonymously issued a small number of assassination missions in Black Screen Corner. The assassins of Black Screen Corner were undoubtedly stronger and more professional. Within 10 days of Emperor Withered Shadow issuing the assassination missions, 2 missions were completed. Did you hear that Ghost Slaughter, ranked 148th in Black Screen Corner, suddenly broke through to the Emperor realm and rose to the 82nd rank? I've heard of it as well. It's said that he completed an assassination mission and obtained a rare elixir called Spiritual Blood Essence Pill. The Spiritual Blood Core Pill has appeared in the Silence Assassination Hall's assassination missions a long time ago. Many professional assassins with cold expressions came and went at one of the main locations of Black Screen Corner, exchanging information with each other. If an assassin suddenly broke through and became much stronger, it would naturally attract the attention of other professional assassins. Furthermore, when the assassins accepted the assassination missions, they would naturally choose the missions with the best rewards and the lowest difficulty. Boss, there are only 4 assassination missions left regarding the spiritual blood core pill. Do you want to give it a try? In a dark corner, a skinny young man said. There were 3 people next to him, 2 males and 1 female. The bone-chilling killing intent they exuded made others not dare to approach them. Sure, although our target is 9 Darkness Palace, we'll hide for a while if we succeed. The leader of the assassins couldn't resist the temptation of the spiritual blood core pill. In the Hall of Gods. Master, the assassination missions issued by Black Screen Corner have all been completed. Supreme Emperor Dark Knight's eyes were filled with excitement. Recently, because of the assassination missions issued by Zhao Feng, the number of assassins in the Silence Assassination Hall had doubled. Many of the nearby small assassination organizations had almost been devoured by the Silence Assassination Hall. A small number of assassins from Black Screen Corner had even moved here. The next part is the main show. Zhao Feng grinned. Continue to issue assassination missions and increase the rank of the missions, Zhao Feng ordered. On that day, Bai Qingyue, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, and Zhao Feng discussed the next batch of targets. Most of the targets in the first batch were kings and a small number of emperors, but the difficulty of this batch was much higher. There was even a quasi-sacred lord. This is the Grand Elder of the Nether Ghost Gate. Zhao Feng accidentally discovered a message. Just like the Dark Sky Gate, the Nether Ghost Gate was one of the subordinate forces of the 9 Nether Palace. Zhao Wang had also joined the Nether Ghost Gate. Zhao Feng also discovered that the Grand Elder of the Dark Ghost Gate was actually the white-haired elder who had tried to kill Zhao Feng with the black-armored Sacred Lord and the others. This white-haired elder specialized in space intent, and he had luckily escaped. However, Zhao Feng had left a god eye mark on him. Since that's the case, we'll let him live for a while longer. A plan appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. This plan required Zhao Wang's cooperation, but Zhao Wang's current strength wasn't enough. The reward for assassinating a quasi-sacred lord will be these blood essence pills. Zhao Feng took out a few blood essence pills and placed them in a small bottle. The materials used to create blood essence pills and spiritual blood core pills were completely different. Blood essence pills were made from pure ancient bloodlines, so they were more effective in strengthening bloodlines. Zhao Feng gave this small bottle to Emperor Withered Shadow and told him to issue the assassination missions to Black Screen Corner. Quasi-sacred, Lord-level assassination missions were too high-ranked, so the Silence Assassination Division wouldn't have much of an effect. I'll leave this to you in the future. As for the spiritual blood core pills and blood essence pills, you can come to me to get them. Zhao Feng gave this task to Bai Qingyue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight. Understood. Bai Qingyue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight also wanted blood essence pills, so they were very serious. They hoped that they would be able to get some blood essence pills from Zhao Feng after completing this task. On the same day, a new batch of spirit blood essence pills reward assassination missions were issued, and the assassin world immediately went into a frenzy. The effects of the spiritual blood core pills had been proven through countless experiments. I've been annoyed with 9 Darkness Palace for a long time now. I wonder which powerful force is giving out so many assassination missions. An assassin with a bulky figure excitedly accepted an assassination mission and immediately left. I'll have to finish these assassination missions as soon as possible. An assassin radiating the stench of blood revealed a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Everyone could feel that the difficulty of the assassination missions this time had increased, and 9 Darkness Palace and its subordinate forces had started to move as well. The difficulty of the assassination missions had increased again. Soon after, An eye-catching assassination mission appeared in black screen corner. The reward was a blood essence pill, and it was the same person or force that gave out the spiritual blood core pills. Immediately, the higher-ranked assassins, the top 30 assassins of black screen corner, were alarmed. The blood essence pill was extremely tempting to peak emperors. Even sacred lords, whose bloodlines weren't strong enough, would be attracted by it. However, there was only one assassination mission that gave out a blood essence pill, and that was to assassinate the quasi-sacred lords that 9 Darkness Palace had placed outside. On the same day, 3 different assassins accepted this mission at the same time. Within the Hall of Gods, Zhao Feng sent a golden-winged scarlet tiger that he had prepared to sacred Dr. Jade's spirit. He didn't expect these assassination missions to be so popular. He didn't have enough pills at all. Zhao Feng immediately entered seclusion after returning to his residence. After a while, I'll prepare to take over the central pond. Several herbs appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, and he started to cultivate as a surge of wind, lightning surrounded his body. A portion of the 5 poison distinct bees had been raised by Zhao Feng in the ancient dream realm, and their strength was rapidly increasing. However, the battle power of the golden-winged scarlet tigers in the central pond was too strong. Zhao Feng didn't have much confidence, even with the help of the 5 poison distinct bees. Zhao Feng estimated that he would need to lose a large number of 5 poison distinct bees in order to take down the golden-winged scarlet tigers. Therefore, Zhao Feng decided to raise the golden-winged scarlet tigers into a force that he could use to steal resources in the ancient dream realm in order to make up for the loss of the 5 poison distinct bees. 3 days later, the aura from Zhao Feng's body rose once again. The power of the fire of wind, lightning became pure, and its power increased slightly. Peak stages of the fire of wind, lightning, Zhao Feng murmured. At this point in time, he had almost used up all the fire elemental herbs he had. Thinking back, Zhao Feng had exchanged for a large amount of cultivation resources in the Heaven's Legacy City, but they were almost all used up in just a short amount of time. Luckily, Zhao Feng had been accumulating resources for the Earth of Wind, Lightning on the 9th floor for a long time. After returning to the Hall of Gods, Zhao Feng used the power of the Hall of Gods to gather resources that contain the power of Earth. This aura. Zhao Feng felt a wicked aura. At this moment, a voice sounded 1,000 miles away from where Zhao Feng was staying. Grand Elder, there's a sacred Lord-level expert who says he's here to find you. Zhao Feng's figure appeared outside the palace and disappeared into the sky. The upper echelon members of the Hall of Gods were facing off against a bewitching male with purple and blood-colored hair. However, in terms of aura, this male had the upper hand. None of the Hall of Gods forces, including Old Monster Su and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, dared to attack recklessly. Retreat! Zhao Feng's voice sounded from behind. The experts of the Hall of Gods immediately retreated slowly. However, they were all sizing up their mysterious and unfathomable Grand Elder. All of you, go back! Bai Qingyue received Zhao Feng's orders and immediately told everyone else to leave. Zhao Feng, I didn't think that you would create a force. Nan Gongxing's eyes flashed with a dark purple light as he said in disbelief. In his heart, Zhao Feng, was someone who pursued the limits of martial arts and had the potential to become a god. He shouldn't have stopped here and created his own force. At this moment, Zhao Feng made Nan Gongxing feel slightly disappointed. Come in and talk. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. When he saw Nan Gongxing's current strength, he could tell that Nan Gongxing hadn't been completely affected by the evil thoughts yet. If Nan Gongxing was completely demonized, he would absorb the power of the evil god endlessly. It wouldn't be strange for him to reach the late stages of the mystic light realm. Zhao Feng, let me see if your strength has increased or not. Battle intent appeared in Nan Gongxing's eyes, and a cold, wicked aura covered heaven and earth. Blood-colored patterns extended from his body. Nan Gongsheng, I won't fight you. Zhao Feng's cold voice sounded. Why? Nan Gongsheng's eyes paused, and his battle intent was instantly extinguished. If Zhao Feng wasn't in a battle-ready state, there was no point in fighting him even if he tried. He's only a quasi-sacred lord right now. He's no match for you, Nan Gongsheng. The evil god mental thought body's smug voice sounded from within Nan Gongsheng's body. You know my hidden card. Zhao Feng replied simply. Nan Gongsheng paused for a moment. That's right, he did know Zhao Feng's hidden card, the god-slaying arrow. If Zhao Feng used the god-slaying arrow, he would lose no matter what. However, that wasn't the true reason behind Zhao Feng's decision. Zhao Feng's soul intent had successfully broken through to the early stages of the mystic light realm. Even without the god-slaying arrow, his soul intent could easily beat Nan Gongsheng. However, he didn't want to defeat Nan Gongsheng. Zhao Feng knew that Nan Gongsheng had always treated him as a target to surpass. Once Nan Gongsheng was defeated by Zhao Feng, his personality would definitely be affected, and he might start to absorb the power of the evil god uncontrollably. This wasn't something that Zhao Feng wanted to see. The current Nan Gongsheng still had some rationality left. It would be great if he could keep this up. Come in. The Hall of Gods is an enemy of Nine Darkness Palace. There might be spies from Nine Darkness Palace nearby. Zhao Feng messaged. Nan Gongsheng's eyes instantly turned blood red, and killing intent surged from him. Nine Darkness Palace had chased after him for 4 years, and even chased him all the way to the true martial sacred land, threatening his former sect and junior martial brothers and sisters. One could imagine how much Nan Gongsheng hated Nine Darkness Palace. However, Nan Gongsheng knew that he wasn't Nine Darkness Palace's match right now. Whoosh! Nan Gongsheng followed Zhao Feng into the forbidden grounds behind the Hall of Gods. Nan Gongsheng, my force has recently started an operation. Are you interested? Zhao Feng sat down and said with a faint smile. Chapter 1047. Nan Gongsheng, my force has recently started an operation. Are you interested? Zhao Feng smiled faintly as he spoke to Nan Gongsheng within the secret hall. What operation? Nan Gongsheng believed that since Zhao Feng said this, he would definitely be interested in the contents. I've formed an assassination organization and issued many assassination missions against the various strongholds of Nine Darkness Palace across the continent. Zhao Feng told Nan Gongsheng about the details of the assassination mission against Nine Darkness Palace. You formed this force to destroy Nine Darkness Palace? A wicked light flashed in Nan Gongsheng's eyes. Nan Gongsheng knew that it was too difficult for him to fight against an enormous force like Nine Darkness Palace alone. However, it was even harder to create a force that could fight against Nine Darkness Palace. Thinking up to there, Nan Gongsheng finally realized how amazing Zhao Feng was. The current force of the Hall of Gods was countless times stronger than the mystic true sacred clan of the true martial sacred land. Furthermore, the reason why Zhao Feng formed this force was to destroy Nine Darkness Palace. Once Zhao Feng destroyed Nine Darkness Palace, would he become the same Zhao Feng that focused on martial arts? Nan Gongsheng was looking forward to seeing Zhao Feng like this. However, what Nan Gongsheng didn't know was that Zhao Feng didn't have many things to do as the Grand Elder of this force. He spent most of his time cultivating. The moment we destroy Nine Darkness Palace will be the time for us to fight. Nan Gongsheng's cold and determined voice sounded. This also meant that Nan Gongsheng was willing to participate in the Hall of God's plan. Fine. Zhao Feng agreed for now. According to the information from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion, Nine Darkness Palace was a superforce that had a demigod. Demigods were the strongest experts that stood at the peak of the continent and were invincible legends. There was nothing Zhao Feng could do. He wasn't sure if he could destroy 9 Darkness Palace or how long it would take. With Nan Gongxing's help, Zhao Feng's confidence would increase. Assassin seems pretty good. Nan Gongsheng licked his lips as a cold and bloodthirsty light appeared in his eyes. Zhao Feng, Kuan Yin might also come to the continent zone. Nan Gongsheng suddenly said. As far as he knew, the demigod Kuan Yin was resurrected by Zhao Feng. However, in his short conversation with Kuan Yin, he felt that Kuan Yin seemed to hate Zhao Feng very much. He's at the late stages of the mystic light realm, Nan Gongsheng reminded. Little Kuan Yin. Zhao Feng's mind shook. Kuan Yin had been resurrected through blood rebirth. His advancement speed was extraordinary. At the late stages of the mystic light realm, Kuan Yin could fight against sacred kings at the very least. After all, he was once a demigod, and he had many trump cards. The danger of 9 Darkness Palace was enough to give Zhao Feng a headache. If Kuan Yin attacked directly, the Hall of Gods might be destroyed. This won't do. We have to take measures. Zhao Feng murmured. Suddenly, Zhao Feng had an idea, and he sent a message to Bai Qingyue through the Dark Heart Seal. Send a message to the forces of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion and tell them to spread the news that I'm at the front lines. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile after sending the message. Almost all the forces around the ocean belonged to the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. If Kuan Yin wanted to come to the continent zone, he had to pass by the ocean. He would definitely head to the front lines after receiving this news. I can only lure him to the front lines for now. Zhao Feng let out a breath. Kuan Yin's news gave Zhao Feng some more pressure. Right now, Zhao Feng was too weak. He only had the basic ability to negotiate with Kuan Yin after breaking through to the mystic light realm. After all, Zhao Feng and Kuan Yin hadn't reached the point where one of them had to die yet. Zhao Feng then called Emperor Withered Shadow over and told Emperor Withered Shadow to take Nan Gongxing into the group of assassins. Right now, the Silence Assassination Division of the Hall of Gods had powerful assassins like the Black-Armored Sacred Lord, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, Emperor Withered Shadow, and Nan Gongxing. Now that the Blood Essence Pill rewards had been given out, Zhao Feng believed that even more super assassins would move to the Silence Assassination Division. These assassins that roamed the world could also bring information to the Hall of Gods. It was a win-win situation for both sides. Zhao Feng started to prepare for the battle in the ancient dream realm after Nan Gongxing left. 3 days later, Zhao Feng entered the ancient dream realm and prepared to attack the golden-winged scarlet tigers. Wung wung, close to 65 poison, distinct bees flew around Zhao Feng. The colors of these 5 poison distinct bees were even brighter now, and they radiated a terrifying aura. 5 or 6 king-level 5 poison distinct bees had successfully broken through to become bee emperors. Great! There's a total of 34 bee emperors now. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. He didn't expect the 5 poison distinct bees to improve so quickly in the ancient dream realm. Wung wung, under Zhao Feng's control, the 5 poison distinct bees followed Zhao Feng and slowly approached the center of the forest. A faint golden ripple covered Zhao Feng's left eye, and it seemed to be able to see through everything. At this moment in time, the golden-winged scarlet tigers were surrounding a pond in the depths of the forest. Some were drinking water, some were flying in the air, and some were resting on the rocks behind them. Zhao Feng's eyes first locked onto the 2 slightly larger golden-winged scarlet tigers. According to Zhao Feng's observations, these 2 golden-winged scarlet tigers should be the leaders of the golden-winged scarlet tigers. Go! Zhao Feng controlled the 5 poison distinct bees and quickly sped through the forest. Roar! The 2 larger golden-winged scarlet tigers were the first to sense something, and they let out roars that caused all the nearby golden-winged scarlet tigers to gather. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng spread the scarlet wings of lightning and charged out while being surrounded by the 5 poison distinct bees. His target was the two larger golden-winged scarlet tigers. Roar! When the 15 golden-winged scarlet tigers saw Zhao Feng, they instantly let out angry roars, and a terrifying beast aura spread out. It was obvious that Zhao Feng's actions of hunting the golden-winged scarlet tigers had angered them. Human, I don't care what race you are. Since you dared to hunt my race, you must die today. The leading golden-winged scarlet tiger released a wave of mental energy. When this wave touched Zhao Feng's soul, Zhao Feng was actually able to understand what the golden-winged scarlet tiger was saying. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of scarlet golden figures flew out and surrounded Zhao Feng before attacking. A terrifying, desolate aura instantly pressed down on Zhao Feng's body, and the two larger golden-winged scarlet tigers made Zhao Feng feel a sense of danger. Luckily, there were close to 65 poison, distinct bees around Zhao Feng, and they shared some of the pressure with Zhao Feng. Little world of illusion. A dark purple mist surged out of Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body and covered everything within 100 yards, forming a maze. Zhao Feng's little world of illusion had been created a long time ago, and this was the first time he was using it in battle. The golden-winged scarlet tigers that were charging toward Zhao Feng instantly slowed down. Their divine senses and senses were restricted in the little world of illusion. Since Zhao Feng had planted a dark heart seal on these 5 poison distinct bees, their actions were all controlled by Zhao Feng, and they weren't affected by the little world of illusion. Zhao Feng controlled the 10 bee emperors to quickly approach the 2 larger golden-winged scarlet tigers, while the other bee kings and bee emperors stalled the other golden-winged scarlet tigers. The little world of illusion was very useful in dividing the battlefield. Human, you're courting death! The golden-winged scarlet tiger leader roared and pounced toward Zhao Feng. The 2 golden-winged scarlet tigers could use mental energy techniques to communicate with Zhao Feng, which showed that their soul intent was very strong. Zhao Feng's little world of illusion had very little effect on them. Physical force, lightning domain. Zhao Feng didn't dare to be careless when facing 2 peak golden-winged scarlet tigers, and he immediately released his physical force, lightning domain. Boom! 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 A powerful layer of sacred lightning appeared in a radius of a few dozen yards around Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's strength would increase in the physical force lightning domain, and the golden-winged scarlet tigers would be suppressed by the sacred lightning domain. Go! Zhao Feng commanded the 10 bee emperors to charge at the 2 golden-winged scarlet tigers, while Zhao Feng charged at one of the golden-winged scarlet tigers. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden-winged scarlet tiger's claws flashed with a golden-red light as they slashed toward Zhao Feng like lightning. Zhao Feng used the power of his left eye to predict the golden-winged scarlet tiger's leg and thrust out with lightning speed. Whoosh! 2 of the 5 poison distinct bees, stingers, landed on the golden-winged scarlet tiger's body. As I thought, it's not very useful. Zhao Feng used his left eye to see through the golden-winged scarlet tiger's wounds. The bee emperor's poison couldn't do much damage to the golden-winged scarlet tigers. After all, the 5 poison distinct bees were only insects from ancient times. They were greatly suppressed by the 10,000 ancient races. Buzz! Buzz! Zhao Feng immediately controlled the 5 poison distinct bees to attack. Even if the poison couldn't do much damage, small injuries could accumulate and become fatal. Psychic energy spike. A small purple-gold crystalline spike shot out of Zhao Feng's left eye and entered the golden-winged scarlet tiger's soul. Roar! The golden-winged scarlet tiger howled in pain as its body froze in midair. Whoosh! Zhao Feng and the 5 poison distinct bees followed up and attacked together. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng circulated his power and merged the physical force lightning domain into his palm. He then unleashed his strongest sky, destroying sacred lightning palm. Boom! A giant scarlet golden palm with countless arcs of lightning pushed toward the golden-winged scarlet tiger. Roar! The golden-winged scarlet tiger sensed that something was wrong and immediately activated its bloodline. Its body released a scarlet golden light, and its physical strength doubled. Roar! The golden-winged scarlet tiger circulated its power and clashed with Zhao Feng's sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. A terrifying shockwave erupted, and Zhao Feng's sacred lightning palm was unable to move forward. Soul charge! Zhao Feng released a simple soul attack secret technique when he saw how fierce the golden-winged scarlet tiger was. Boom! The golden-winged scarlet tiger instantly fell into a disadvantageous position after being attacked by Zhao Feng's soul intent. It was hit by Zhao Feng's palm and smashed into the wall behind it. Wang. The 5 poison distinct bees immediately followed and used this opportunity to stab the golden-winged scarlet tiger's vitals. Dark Heart Seal. Zhao Feng suddenly formed a purple gold seal of lightning and imprinted it on the golden-winged scarlet tiger's soul. Roar! The heavily injured golden-winged scarlet tiger instantly roared and released a terrifying battle intent. Zhao Feng's Dark Heart Seal failed. I have to finish this as soon as possible. Zhao Feng's expression was determined. This group of golden-winged scarlet tigers had 2 abnormally powerful golden-winged scarlet tigers. Right now, the other powerful golden-winged scarlet tiger was about to kill all 5 bee emperors. Gaze of the God Eye. A strong surge of eye bloodline power surged from Zhao Feng's left eye and formed a bottomless purple whirlpool that connected to a purple abyss that was covered in mist. A forbidden power that could seal and suck out one's soul instantly enveloped the golden-winged scarlet tiger. This forbidden power was like the power of a god. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Human, what is this? The golden-winged scarlet tiger leader felt as if its soul was being sucked out of its body, and fear appeared in its eyes for the first time. It was as if it couldn't stop its soul from being sealed and sucked out no matter how hard it tried. Chapter 1048. At the edge of the little world of illusions, Zhao Feng and a golden-winged scarlet tiger leader faced each other. Human, what is this? The golden-winged scarlet tiger's eyes were filled with fear as it felt like its soul was about to leave its body. Wang. The 5 poison distinct bees next to Zhao Feng immediately flew out and stabbed the golden-winged scarlet tiger a few times. The golden-winged scarlet tiger struggled, but it couldn't stop its soul from being sucked out. A tiger-shaped, golden-red origin soul slowly separated from its body. Human, don't even think about it. The golden-winged scarlet tiger's Yuan soul struggled and roared. Humph. Zhao Feng snickered coldly as more intent and soul power appeared in his left eye, and the power of the gaze of the god eye increased. You're a descendant of one of the 8 great god eyes? No, this eye. The golden-winged scarlet tiger couldn't fight back against the abyss of death, so it looked at Zhao Feng's eye in fear. In its memories, the 8 great god eyes were terrifying bloodlines that were comparable to the top 10 bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races. The bloodlines of god eye descendants wouldn't be much weaker. In the golden-winged scarlet tiger's mind, the bloodlines of the 8 great god eyes and their descendants were terrifying existences, and its own bloodline was only at the bottom of the 10,000 ancient races. The golden-winged scarlet tiger never thought that it would meet an expert with such a noble bloodline. However, the humans didn't seem to belong to any of the 8 great god eyes. Whoosh! The golden-winged scarlet tiger's instinctive fear and panic weakened its resistance, and it was sucked into the dimension of Zhao Feng's god eye. Wang. Zhao Feng immediately ordered the 5 poison distinct bees to reinforce the battle elsewhere. Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the dimension of his god eye. The golden-winged scarlet tiger soul, which was already panicking in the dimension of his left eye, couldn't fight back at all, and it was at Zhao Feng's mercy. Dark Heart Seal. A dark purple lightning seal appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye and imprinted itself into the depths of the golden-winged scarlet tiger's soul along with the aura of God Tribulation Lightning. The golden-winged scarlet tiger, on the other hand, didn't struggle much. It simply obeyed Zhao Feng's will and allowed itself to be branded with the Dark Heart seal. It seems like this golden-winged scarlet tiger thinks that I have a very high bloodline and is willing to submit to me. Otherwise, it would have taken me some effort. Zhao Feng was deep in thought. From this, one could guess that the races in the ancient dream realm placed great importance on bloodlines. However, in reality, Zhao Feng didn't have an ancient dream realm bloodline. He only had the perfect blood devil, sun bloodline. Whoosh! With a thought, Zhao Feng sent the golden-winged scarlet tiger's soul into its body. At the same time, Zhao Feng took out some 100 origin honey and smeared it on the golden-winged scarlet tiger's wounds. The 100 origin nectar had certain healing effect on the venom of the 5 poison distinct bees. Human, what did you do to it? Another giant golden-winged scarlet tiger charged toward Zhao Feng and sent out a wave of soul energy. Buzz! Several queen bees immediately blocked its path and attacked it with their poisonous stingers. Roar! Suddenly, the golden-winged scarlet tiger that Zhao Feng had enslaved roared into the sky. I submit to my master. If you're willing to follow me, then serve my master as well. The golden-winged scarlet tiger that Zhao Feng had enslaved said, Golden-winged scarlet tigers, kill this human with me and save the experts of our race. The other giant golden-winged scarlet tiger knew what Zhao Feng had done and roared with all its might. Zhao Feng smiled. When he attacked the golden-winged scarlet tigers, he knew that even if he enslaved their leader, he wouldn't be able to control the entire race. After all, the golden-winged scarlet tigers were different from the normal beasts in the continent zone. However, now that Zhao Feng had enslaved such a powerful golden-winged scarlet tiger, he didn't need to be afraid of the remaining golden-winged scarlet tigers. Let's go! Zhao Feng and the giant golden-winged scarlet tiger charged out and attacked the golden-winged scarlet tiger that had just spoken. Human, you're shameless. The golden-winged scarlet tiger roared in anger. However, facing the combined attack of Zhao Feng and the golden-winged scarlet tiger, it was covered in injuries and lost the ability to fight. Whoosh! Zhao Feng sucked its soul intent into the dimension of his left eye. At the same time, a purple and gold God Tribulation Lightning seal slowly imprinted itself onto its soul. The golden-winged scarlet tiger struggled for a while, but its consciousness became even weaker under Zhao Feng's torture, and it was finally enslaved by Zhao Feng. Go! Zhao Feng ordered. The 2 strongest golden-winged scarlet tigers started to defeat the other golden-winged scarlet tigers in the little world of illusions. After a while, Zhao Feng managed to enslave all the golden-winged scarlet tigers. Only one of the weaker golden-winged scarlet tigers died because it was poisoned too deeply. On the other hand, more than 40 of Zhao Feng's 5 poison bees died in this battle, and none of the bee kings survived. This was within Zhao Feng's expectations. Luckily, Zhao Feng managed to obtain a group of golden-winged scarlet tigers in the end. The potential of the golden-winged scarlet tigers was many times higher than the 5 poison distinct bees. This will be my first group to explore the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng's eyes were filled with determination. With this group of golden-winged scarlet tigers, Zhao Feng believed that he would be able to obtain even more benefits in the ancient dream realm. After the battle with the golden-winged scarlet tigers ended, Zhao Feng's gaze landed on the pond in the center of the empty space. The water in the pond was pure and transparent. It was so clear that one could see the bottom. It emitted a cold and calm feeling, as if it had a mind of its own. When Zhao Feng was fighting with the golden-winged scarlet tigers, the water in the pond flowed quietly and wasn't affected much. Master, the water in the pond is beneficial to life and the soul. It can also remove the impurities in the bloodline and increase the bloodline's atavism. Also, it's very easy to absorb the leader of the golden-winged scarlet tigers, explained to Zhao Feng, next to Zhao Feng. It's also beneficial to the soul? Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. He was slightly shocked. Normally, treasures focused on one aspect. For example, the immortal spring wine could increase one's lifespan and increase one's level of existence. The illusion god wine focused on the soul. Zhao Feng couldn't help but take a sip. In an instant, a stream of cold water flowed through Zhao Feng's body and into his limbs and organs. Firstly, Zhao Feng's state of existence and body seemed to be washed over by a layer of clear ice, and his physical strength became stronger and more condensed, approaching the origin. Secondly, the power of the pond affected the depths of Zhao Feng's soul. Zhao Feng felt as if he had arrived in a world of ice and water. His heart was extremely calm, and the laws of heaven and earth around him started to appear in his mind. What a shocking effect! After this feeling disappeared, Zhao Feng opened his eyes and couldn't help but be surprised. The golden-winged scarlet tigers were beasts from the ancient dream realm, so the effect of drinking this pond water for a long time might be weaker. However, Zhao Feng wasn't a beast from the ancient dream realm, and this was his first time drinking this pond water. He could clearly feel the effect of the pond water. Its effect was similar to the combination of the immortal spring wine and the illusion god wine, and it was targeted at a higher cultivation. This pond will be my opportunity to break through to the mystic light realm. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Treasures that targeted the intent of the soul were extremely rare, and treasures that could be used on sacred lords and sacred lords were even rarer. However, the effect of this pond water will first affect my state of existence and body before entering my soul. Zhao Feng analyzed. Zhao Feng's state of existence and body had reached the level of a sacred lord long ago, but his intent was slightly lacking. It would be best if this pond water could directly affect Zhao Feng's soul intent. Zhao Feng took out the green spiritual gourd and took away some of the pond water. All of you, guard this place. Zhao Feng ordered the 14 golden-winged scarlet tigers before disappearing. What kind of ability is this? Where did Master go? The eyes of the golden-winged scarlet tigers froze. They couldn't sense Zhao Feng's aura within 1,000 miles. Zhao Feng opened his eyes in the forbidden hall of the Hall of Gods. I found the opportunity to break through to the mystic light realm. I need to prepare now, Zhao Feng murmured. Once one failed to break through to the mystic light realm, the chances of breaking through in the future would become smaller and smaller. Even though he had the 100 origin sacred honey, Zhao Feng didn't dare to try it. If it wasn't for the fact that Kuan Yin and 9 Darkness Palace were 2 giant rocks, Zhao Feng might have cultivated for another 10 years and solidified his foundation. With a thought, Bai Qingyue's voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. Master, 9 Darkness Palace has started to take action and start monitoring the people on the assassination list. At the same time, they've also set up many assassination missions targeting the Hall of Gods in Black Screen Corner. Bai Qingyue reported many things through the Dark Heart Seal. With 9 Darkness Palaces tight monitoring and protection, the difficulty of the assassination missions that Zhao Feng had set up had increased by another level. 9 Darkness Palace then set up many missions to assassinate the upper echelon of the Hall of Gods. In comparison, assassinating people related to the Hall of Gods was easier, but the rewards that 9 Darkness Palace gave out weren't as valuable as the spiritual blood core pills and blood essence pills. However, 9 Darkness Palace's actions still had a certain impact on the Hall of Gods. The conflict with 9 Darkness Palace can no longer be stopped. Last time, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had been forced back by Zhao Feng. Although 9 Darkness Palace hadn't made any big moves yet, the conflict between the two sides was becoming more and more intense. Once it reached a certain point, 9 Darkness Palace would definitely send out an even stronger group to target Zhao Feng. Furthermore, Black Screen Corner seemed to be extremely interested in the 2 pills and had sent out many scouts to investigate the situation of the Hall of Gods. However, the ingredients for the pills were provided by Zhao Feng and refined by Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit was also in a forbidden ground, and normal people couldn't get close. It was almost impossible for them to obtain any information. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's figure leapt out and arrived at Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit's pill refining pavilion. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit, this time, I'm going to make you refine a spiritual pill that's extremely attractive to sacred lords. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. 9 Darkness Palace had already taken action. If Zhao Feng didn't do anything and allowed things to continue like this, the Hall of Gods would definitely be heavily injured. I'm afraid that just the flesh and bloodline of the golden-winged scarlet tigers won't be enough unless you can take out the flesh and bloodline of a higher realm. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit looked at Zhao Feng with anticipation. Up until now, she had already obtained the flesh and blood of 3 golden-winged scarlet tigers from Zhao Feng, including one that he had given to her. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit couldn't imagine how Zhao Feng had so many golden-winged scarlet tigers with such a pure bloodline. She also slightly regretted agreeing to Zhao Feng so easily. Perhaps she could have obtained more benefits from Zhao Feng. Try this. Zhao Feng took out a bottle of clear water from the ancient Dream Realm pond. What a unique water! Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit's eyes twinkled. It was the first time she had seen such a special water. The water was extremely pure, almost transparent, and it gave off a cold intent that calmed one's heart. The aura of a sacred lord only caused the water to ripple slightly. You can try it, Zhao Feng said. If Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit wanted to use this pond water to refine pills, she would need to understand the pond water first. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit took a sip and closed her eyes. A cold intent rose from her body as if she had entered a profound state. Chapter 1049. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit opened her eyes after a long time, and shock filled her eyes. The effects of this mysterious liquid were incredible. After drinking a small sip, her state of existence had increased, and her lifespan had increased. Her soul intent had also been condensed, and the power of her soul had become unprecedentedly calm. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit was confident that she would be able to create an even higher quality pill if she started to refine it right now. With this liquid and the bloodline of the golden-winged scarlet tiger, I'm confident that I can refine the pill that little friend is talking about. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit said after calming down. At this moment, she felt that she had underestimated this junior. Every time Zhao Feng took out something, it was a treasure that had never appeared in the continent zone. Even she was moved by it. Since Senior is refining pills for the Hall of Gods, you will be rewarded based on your performance, just like the other members. Zhao Feng knew that Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit was extremely interested in the mysterious pool that Zhao Feng took out, so he said with a faint smile, although there was a pool in the ancient dream realm, he couldn't take it out easily, or else it would only make Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit greedy. Zhao Feng then left the pill refining pavilion and returned to his own hall. By Qingyue, send over the information on the front lines and how to break through to the mystic light realm. Zhao Feng sent the order through the dark heart seal. Someone sent over the things that Zhao Feng wanted the next day. Zhao Feng circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, and all the information books floated around him and started to flip through them automatically. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms has returned to the battlefield, and all the sacred lords around Meng City have gathered to stop him. The late-stage sacred lords of the Lan province, War Hall, then arrived and forced him back. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly. As expected, Sacred Lord Myriad Form's goal was to find Zhao Feng and take revenge after recovering from his injuries. This time, the Lan province War Hall seemed to have noticed this long ago and gave the order in secret. So all the late-stage sacred lords nearby quickly headed toward Meng City to stop sacred Lord Myriad Forms. The 13th prince couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. In the end, a late-stage mystic light realm sacred lord arrived and forced sacred Lord Myriad Forms back. So Meng City wasn't lost. However, due to the battle between sacred Lord Myriad Forms and the late-stage mystic light realm sacred lords, the level of the battle started to increase. Early-stage mystic light realm sacred lords started to appear on the battlefield, and the small origin core realm experts started to retreat from the battlefield. Yufei also came to the battlefield. Zhao Feng was shocked. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Feng discovered that the time Zhao Yufei arrived on the battlefield was when Zhao Feng left. At this moment, Zhao Yufei's cultivation was advancing very quickly due to her bloodline, and she had already reached the mystic light realm. As for Zhao Yufei, although she only wanted to hone her strength by staying in the 13th Princess City, she also contributed a lot to the 13th Prince. As the battle progressed, the low-tier battle power of both Lord dynasties was severely damaged. The number of people on the battlefield started to decrease, and the level of the battle increased once more. The middle and upper echelon members of the forces of the Great Gan Lord dynasty started to enter the battlefield as well. For example, Xian Yuanwen, Luo Zun, Shi Yulei, Ji Bai, Zhang Hao, and other top geniuses that had participated in the Crown Prince trial also started to appear on the battlefield. Zhao Feng then flipped through the battlefields of the other two provinces. The situation was roughly the same as Lan Province. Zhao Feng started to read about how to break through to the mystic light realm after looking through the information on the front lines. This information was basically the comprehensions left behind by experts that had successfully broken through to the mystic light realm. Every single one of them was roughly the same. Zhao Feng had a lot of new things after reading through the information, and he needed to prepare to break through to the mystic light realm. Zhao Feng first took out the last few fire elemental resources and circulated the 5 elemental wind lightning technique to consolidate the 8th level of the fire of wind lightning. The crystal core within his dantian was transparent and firm. 3-colored true yuan of wind lightning circulated within the dimension of the crystal core like a raging ocean wave. On the second day, Zhao Feng opened his eyes, and his aura became stronger. The fire of wind lightning has reached its limit. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Shua. In the next instant, Zhao Feng's consciousness arrived in the ancient dream realm. The golden-winged scarlet tiger was already used to Zhao Feng's sudden appearance and disappearance. Zhao Feng came next to the pond and drank a few mouthfuls before opening his god's spiritual eye and entering a cultivation state. Zhao Feng could suppress his state of existence and open his soul, allowing the pond water to affect Zhao Feng's soul. The reason he opened his god's spiritual eye was to increase the effect of this comprehension. The effect isn't obvious enough. Zhao Feng opened his eyes after a long time. The pond water still affected Zhao Feng's state of existence, first before using a small portion on his soul. How about this? Zhao Feng suddenly said. Then, a dark purple soul covered in white lightning tattoos appeared in Zhao Feng's body and jumped into the pond. Zhao Feng's soul separated from his body and entered the pond alone. This way, the pond water wouldn't affect his state of existence. It's working. The instant the lightning soul body entered the pond, Zhao Feng could tell that this magical pond was also effective on soul bodies. In an instant, a cold intent spread across Zhao Feng's soul. In that instant, Zhao Feng's senses and reaction speed increased by several times. It was as if he had entered a limitlessly magnified world where time flowed slowly. Zhao Feng felt that his soul consciousness was slowly spreading and merging into this vast heaven and earth. Zhao Feng could sense all the small movements and changes in this world. Surges of the laws of heaven and earth and the power of intent merged into Zhao Feng's soul consciousness. Zhao Feng was immersed in this comprehension. He felt his body and mind become colder and colder, as if he was sinking into the bottom of the ocean. His mind was calm, but he could still comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. In the ancient dream realm, some of the golden-winged scarlet tigers looked at Zhao Feng's lightning soul body sitting quietly in the pond. The aura that Zhao Feng's soul gave off became weaker and weaker, and the speed at which the God Tribulation lightning symbols flowed became slower, as if they were about to stop. At this moment, the dark heart seals in the souls of the two larger golden-winged scarlet tigers seemed to loosen. Pung pung, pung pung. Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye suddenly jumped, and a primordial aura leaked out. Zhao Feng's lightning soul body instantly released a powerful aura. Nearby, more than a dozen golden-winged scarlet tigers knelt on the ground and trembled in fear. However, this primordial aura only appeared for an instant before disappearing. Master does indeed have a peak 10,000 ancient races bloodline. The leader of the golden-winged scarlet tigers murmured in shock. So close! Zhao Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and his soul immediately flew out of the pond and returned to his body. After waking up, he realized how dangerous it was, and his soul almost fell asleep. At the critical moment, the God's spiritual eye saved his life again. Looks like it was still too dangerous. Zhao Feng's heart was filled with fear. Once the soul left the body, it would weaken at an extremely slow rate unless Zhao Feng's soul reached an unprecedented level. The mysterious power within the pond was too strong, and the cold intent kept on invading Zhao Feng's soul consciousness. It almost caused Zhao Feng's soul to stop functioning and his consciousness to fall asleep. However, my intent seems to have touched the mystic light realm. Fortune and misfortune went hand in hand. That silent state where he might die allowed Zhao Feng's intent to soar like never before. Now, I can start breaking through to the mystic light realm. Zhao Feng's eyes were dark as he disappeared from the ancient dream realm. Breaking through to the mystic light realm was a long process. It could take at least 1 or 2 months, and it could take up to half a year. Therefore, before entering seclusion, Zhao Feng had to tell them everything. First, Zhao Feng told Bai Qingyue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight about sacred Dr. Jade's spirit creating new pills. After the new pills were created, they could give out higher-ranked assassination missions. Zhao Feng only told Bai Qingyue, the person in charge of the Hall of Gods, that he was going into seclusion to break through to the mystic light realm. Within the hall, Zhao Feng closed his eyes. He let go of control of his body and teleported to the other side. In a dark palace within the Dark Ghost clan, a purple and gold light suddenly flashed through the cold and wicked Zhao Wang's eyes. When Zhao Feng's intent entered Zhao Wang's body, he knew what was going on. Zhao Wang was now the #1 core disciple of the Dark Ghost clan, and he had just broken through to the King realm. However, in reality, Zhao Wang's soul intent had reached the level of an emperor. Normal emperors wouldn't be able to see through Zhao Wang's body. Furthermore, the Grand Elder of the Dark Ghost clan, the elder that tried to assassinate Zhao Feng, only stayed for a few days before leaving. As long as Zhao Wang didn't reveal too much, the Dark Ghost clan wouldn't be able to sense anything. On the other hand, everyone in the Dark Ghost clan had high hopes for Zhao Wang. The junior brothers and sisters tried to please Zhao Wang, and the deacons and elders all took care of Zhao Wang. In their hearts, Zhao Wang would definitely become an elder of the Dark Ghost clan in the future. He might even break through to the mystic light realm and lead the Dark Ghost clan to a new peak. After confirming Zhao Wang's situation, Zhao Feng activated the array around the hall and blocked everything. Zhao Feng took out the green spiritual gourd and drank a few mouthfuls of the pond water. A calm and cold power spread through Zhao Feng's body and soul consciousness. It doesn't seem to be enough. Zhao Feng paused. Maybe it was because his soul had been submerged in the pond water before, but the effect of the pond water wasn't very obvious to him. Gulu! Gulu! Zhao Feng drank a few more mouthfuls, and his soul consciousness slowly entered a wondrous state. 5 days later, Sacred Emperor Dark Knight personally came to take it away after Sacred Emperor Jade Spirit used the ancient bloodline and pond water to refine a brand new pill. My mastery of the Tao of alchemy seems to have increased here. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit was extremely satisfied with the purifying blood Sacred Spirit pill that she had refined this time. A few more days passed, and new assassination missions were issued to the Silence Assassination Division. The number of assassins coming and going to the Silence Assassination Division was only below Black Screen Corner, and it became the number 2 assassin organization in the Great Gone Lord Dynasty. When this batch of assassination missions appeared, the entire world of assassins shook. Even the legendary assassins that had been silent for 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years had appeared. The reward for this assassination mission was a treasure called the Purifying Blood Sacred Spirit Pill. It could increase one's state of existence and allow one's bloodline to return to its ancestral state. It also had a certain effect on one's soul, and it could even increase one's chances of breaking through to the mystic light realm. Due to the effects of the spiritual blood core pill and the blood essence pill, no one doubted the effectiveness of the purifying blood sacred spirit pill. However, there were only 3 assassination missions that rewarded this pill. They were to assassinate 3 quasi-sacred Lord experts from 9 Darkness Palace who were extremely strong or had the potential to become a sacred lord. This was something that Supreme Emperor Dark Knight and Bai Qingyue had discussed. 3 assassination missions of this level was the limit. Chapter 1050. The forbidden grounds behind the Hall of Gods were separated by many arrays and heavily guarded. It was extremely quiet, as if nothing existed. A 3-colored flash of wind, lightning, would occasionally shoot out from one of the secret halls. At this moment in time, the blue, green, and red true yuan in the crystal core dimension in Zhao Feng's Dantian started to circulate and surge. At a certain moment, a crack appeared in the crystal core dimension. Wisps of 3-colored true yuan leaked out and entered Zhao Feng's body. But most of the wind lightning true yuan remained in the crystal core dimension and started to circulate with a unique rhythm. I'll first break open the crystal core dimension and pull out a portion of my true yuan, then merge the laws of heaven and earth I control into my true yuan sea. Zhao Feng opened his god's spiritual eye and did each step very accurately. While Zhao Feng was in seclusion, the new assassination missions made the Silence Assassination Division the focus of all the assassination forces in the continent. In a mission area under the Silence Assassination Division, finally, some interesting assassination missions. A wicked and cruel smile formed on Nan Gongxing's face. Under Martial Emperor Withered Shadow's guidance, he was very familiar with the process of being an assassin. However, he wasn't interested in ordinary assassination missions at all. After Nan Gongxing left, the assassins nearby let out a breath. Who is that person? His strength is unfathomable. Could it be a super strong assassin that has reappeared in the continent zone? Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a strong killing intent. Looks like that person has his eyes on these 3 newly issued missions. Some of the assassins and assassins were extremely scared by Nan Gongxing's performance. However, their attention soon shifted back to the purifying blood saint spirit pill. From the spiritual blood core pill to the blood essence pill to the purifying blood sacred spirit pill, every single one of these missions would cause an uproar. This was especially true for the purifying blood sacred spirit pill that had just appeared. Even normal sacred lords wouldn't be able to resist its temptation. However, such a bountiful reward was accompanied by extreme danger. The 3 new missions were enough to stop over 90% of the assassins. Furthermore, Nine Darkness Palace had already started to monitor and protect the members that appeared on the assassination list. Not long ago, an assassin killed an important member of a subsidiary force of Nine Darkness Palace and was immediately killed by the upper echelon of Nine Darkness Palace after receiving the Blood Essence pill. The Blood Essence pill fell into the hands of Nine Darkness Palace before he could even use it. The targets of these missions were all strong, and they were important members of the upper echelon. One could imagine how difficult it was to assassinate them. However, there would always be brave people if there was enough money. Emperors and quasi-sacred lords who were close to death would try. After all, treasures that could increase the chances of breaking through to the mystic light realm. After the Assassination Division sent new assassination missions, 9 Darkness Mountain 9, the Nine Palace, they have Nine Palace, the Nine as the Nine Palace was in as in. The atmosphere as a within the as the palace and palace. Of the hall of the Nine Palace. Of Nine Palace as Nine Palace. As the Nine as hall of palace was palace. They're asking for a yard after giving them an inch. A force that was just established dares to challenge Nine Darkness Palace? Several angry voices sounded within the hall. The owners of these voices were at least emperors and quasi-sacred lords, and many of them were mystic light realm experts. It was hard to imagine how angry Nine Darkness Palace was. I wonder if the purifying blood sacred spirit pill really has that effect. A quasi-sacred lord murmured in a low voice. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss suddenly snickered coldly, and everyone became silent once more. Nine Darkness Palace used the same method against the Hall of Gods and sent out many assassination missions. But since the rewards weren't as good as the pills, the effects weren't very obvious. However, now that the purifying blood sacred spirit pill had appeared, even some of the quasi-sacred lords from Nine Darkness Palace felt envious. Report to Elder Demonic Abyss. A peak emperor half knelt on the ground. According to the reports, Zhao Feng hasn't appeared for more than a month, and the forbidden grounds behind the Hall of Gods have become much more guarded. The elders present started to think, was the Hall of Gods doing something new? According to some clues, this subordinate guesses that Zhao Feng might be breaking through to the mystic light realm. The peak martial monarch continued, who, at this instant, many experts didn't hide their powerful auras, and the entire hall became suffocating. It was as if space itself had frozen, and some normal emperors found it hard to breathe. If it wasn't for the fact that the scout mentioned Zhao Feng's cultivation, everyone present would have forgotten that Zhao Feng was just a quasi-sacred lord. A quasi-sacred lord had created such a large force and forced Nine Darkness Palace to such a degree? Moreover, everyone present was well aware of Zhao Feng's fighting power. If Zhao Feng was allowed to break through to the mystic light realm, it would be even more troublesome in the future. Can he succeed? A male with red hair and black robes said in a deep tone. Everyone paused. Zhao Feng's body was only 20-something years old, and Zhao Feng's soul was only 30-something years old. Was it possible for such a young mystic light realm sacred lord to succeed? Which elder is willing to come with me to the Hall of Gods? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss voice sounded. If Zhao Feng broke through to the mystic light realm, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss believed that Zhao Feng had at least a 60% chance of succeeding. One had to know that normal emperors and quasi-sacred lords only had a 40 to 50% chance of succeeding. Elder Demonic Abyss, I'm willing to go with you, a white-haired elder immediately said. Demonic Abyss, take me with you. The male with red hair and black robes said in a cold tone. He was extremely frustrated after failing to kill Nangongsheng in the true martial sacred land. Good. Sacred Lord Evil Advent. Sacred Lord Wicked Truth. Come with me and raise the Hall of Gods to the ground. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss snickered coldly. He was originally very wary of the god-slaying arrow in Zhao Feng's hands, but if Zhao Feng really was in seclusion, then Zhao Feng would die at the last moment of breaking through to the mystic light realm, regardless of whether or not he had the god-slaying arrow. The new assassination mission from the Silence Assassination Division didn't just shake Nine Darkness Palace. On the other side, Black Screen Corner also held a secret meeting. In an underground palace, a few black shadows were floating around a secret hall. The recent actions of the Hall of God's Assassination Organization, the Silence Assassination Division, have impacted Black Screen Corner greatly. An elder covered in dark gray light spoke in a hoarse voice in the center of the hall. The hall was deathly silent. It was obvious that they had made many plans regarding the Hall of God's actions, but none of them had much effect. A few days ago, the Silence Assassination Hall issued a new assassination mission, and it attracted a large number of assassination teams stationed in Black Screen Corner. "Elder, are we going to attack the Hall of Gods?" A black figure with a powerful aura asked carefully. "Idiot, Black Screen Corner has always been a neutral force. How can we attack other forces so easily? If we do that, the other forces in the Lord Dynasty will think that we're working together with Nine Darkness Palace." The elder's voice was slightly angry. One of the reasons why Black Screen Corner was so strong in the first place was because they maintained a neutral attitude. If Black Screen Corner attacked a strong competitor, they would be digging their own grave. Furthermore, everyone knew that the Hall of Gods had the biggest conflict with Nine Darkness Palace recently, so it could be determined that the Silence Assassination Division under the Hall of Gods had issued these assassination missions. The hall instantly became silent. "My grandson needs some purifying blood sacred spirit pills. I'll personally go to the Hall of Gods in a few days," the elder covered in light suddenly said before disappearing from the hall. "I didn't think that Sacred King Darkscreen would personally come. This way, Black Screen Corner's problem will be solved." At this moment, Bai Qingyue's eyebrows furrowed as she organized the information in the Hall of Gods. From the looks of it, the news of Master becoming a sacred lord has been leaked. Bai Qingyue felt her body become heavy. "Someone come," Bai Qingyue said in a loud voice. Very quickly, a guard flew into the hall. "Send these letters out." Bai Qingyue handed over several sealed letters. Several days later, the terrifying aura coming from the forbidden grounds behind the Hall of Gods became stronger and stronger. All the heaven-earth Yuan Qi within 10,000 miles of the Hall of Gods started to gather in a certain direction, and an invisible aura caused heaven and earth to become heavy. No array could block the phenomenon of someone breaking through to the mystic light realm. Whoosh! On this day, the sound of flying appeared in the air above the Hall of Gods, and powerful auras arrived in front of the Hall of Gods. "Hall of Gods, Dark Sky Gate is here to visit." Sacred Lord Dark Ghost revealed a wicked smile. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost led the members of Dark Sky Gate into the territory of the Hall of Gods without even receiving permission. The guards in front of the Hall of Gods weren't able to stop Sacred Lord Dark Ghost, who had the battle power of a sacred lord, and Dark Sky Gate said that they were here to visit. At this moment, several more figures flew over from the distance. "Isn't that Sacred Lord Dark Ghost?" A cold laugh sounded. A bald elder with an extraordinary aura slowly flew over with a few peak martial emperors. "Isn't that the Grand Elder of the Black Radiant Clan?" Sacred Lord Dark Ghost said with a smile. The Black Radiant Clan was a subordinate force of Nine Darkness Palace, and it was right in the Yu province. The Black Radiant Clan had been in a lot of fear over the past few days. The 3 upper echelon members of the Black Radiant Clan were all on the assassination rankings, and one of them had already died. 3 days later, Hall Master Bai, Duke Nanfeng has been invited. The golden-armored guard next to Duke Nanfeng said loudly. Duke Nanfeng's eyes were grim as his divine sense spread out and found several abnormally powerful auras. At the same time, He was sure that Zhao Feng was indeed breaking through to the mystic light realm. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai Qingyue had sent a letter a while ago, Duke Nanfeng wouldn't have believed that Zhao Feng was already breaking through to the mystic light realm. "Duke, please." A group of guards immediately came over and said respectfully. A few more days passed. The experts and forces within the Hall of Gods felt a shocking, demonic Dao aura from afar. Hall of Gods. You must give me an explanation today. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss stood proudly in heaven and earth as a black light surrounded him. Tell your Grand Elder to come out. Don't tell me that the mission to assassinate the upper echelon members of Nine Darkness Palace has nothing to do with your Hall of Gods. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, Sacred Lord Evil Advent, and Sacred Lord Wicked Truth roared as limitless demonic Dao auras charged toward the Hall of Gods. Right at this moment, one boom! Heaven and earth shook above where Zhao Feng was in seclusion, and a three-colored sacred light formed. It lit up the sky and started to twist into a blue, green, and red whirlpool. Chapter 1051. In the forbidden grounds behind the Hall of Gods, heaven and earth shook as a three-colored sacred light formed. It lit up the sky and started to twist into a three-colored whirlpool. The demonic Dao aura released by the trio from Nine Darkness Palace was instantly shattered by this dominating aura. The three-colored whirlpool then started to expand until it covered the sky. The center of the whirlpool was like a bottomless pit that furiously sucked in the heaven-earth yuan qi within several dozen thousand miles. There were almost 10 forces gathered within the Hall of Gods, some from Nine Darkness Palace, and some from the subordinate forces of the Hall of Gods. Master is about to become a sacred lord. Bai Qingyue's heart shook. Zhao Feng is about to become a sacred lord as well. Supreme Emperor Dark Knight exclaimed. Just how far would Zhao Feng lead the Hall of Gods to after becoming a sacred lord? What a terrifying aura of heaven and earth! Sacred Lord Dark Ghost's heart jumped. Even though he was a sacred lord, he was stunned by the aura of someone else breaking through to the mystic light realm. That's more interesting. Nan Gongsheng revealed a wicked smile as he hid in the shadows. Whoosh! Bai Qingyue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight had grim expressions as they flew out of the hall. Elder Demonic Abyss, Nine Darkness Palace, doesn't have any evidence. Are they just going to push the blame onto other forces? Bai Qingyue felt it hard to even breathe as she faced the pressure from Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss and company, but she still tried her best to send a message. She, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, and Emperor Withered Shadow were the ones responsible for issuing the assassination missions. All three of them had the Dark Heart seal planted in them by Zhao Feng, and they definitely wouldn't betray Zhao Feng unless they were captured by Nine Darkness Palace and had their souls searched. Furthermore, Sacred Dr. Jade's spirit, who refined those pellets, was in the Forbidden Grounds, so Nine Nether Palace didn't dare to capture her. Otherwise, they would offend even more forces. Why are all these missions issued in the Silence Assassination Division? The white-haired, sacred Lord Evil Advent immediately asked. There are also assassination missions targeting Nine Darkness Palace in Black Screen Corner. Supreme Emperor Dark Knight immediately said, next to Bai Qingyue. When he first discussed this operation with Zhao Feng, he had already expected this, so he had initially issued a small number of assassination missions in Black Screen Corner. Humph, the Nine Nether Palace will naturally take out proof. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss snickered coldly, and the black clouds behind him started to move. It was as if they had turned into a black, desolate beast that radiated a dominating aura. As long as he captured Bai Qingyue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, there was no way he wouldn't have evidence. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had a fierce expression and was about to attack. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, what are you doing? At this moment, Duke Nanfeng flew out from the hall. At the same time, Many experts from various forces in the main hall also appeared outside the hall. Duke Nan Fong, it's you again! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's eyebrows furrowed, but the mystic light, sacred power within his body continued to circulate rapidly. He didn't show any signs of stopping. Last time he was delayed by Duke Nan Fong and the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. In the end, the Sky Sword Pavilion came and forced him back. Now, Duke Nan Fong had appeared here again. Duke Nan Fong, 9 Darkness Palace won't be responsible for accidentally injuring you. The red-haired and black-robed Sacred Lord Wicked Truth behind Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had a cold expression. Apart from Duke Nan Fong, Sacred Lord Wicked Truth was too lazy to even look at the weaker forces. A powerful surge of mental energy suddenly appeared behind Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, are you here to cause trouble in Yu Province? Sacred Lord Star Demon's voice sounded. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sacred Lord Star Demon and the 2 quasi-sacred lords arrived next to Bai Qingyue. Sacred Lord Star Demon's dark purple eyes looked at Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss with an ugly expression. He didn't expect Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss and 2 early-stage Mystic Light Realm Sacred Lords to come from 9 Darkness Palace. Sacred Lord Star Demon, are you sure the G family wants to get involved in this? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's eyes were cold as he scanned over Sacred Lord Star Demon. This is Yu Province, and little friend Xiaofeng is an esteemed guest of the G family. Sacred Lord Star Demon said as he felt the invisible force. Sacred Lord Star Demon was only at the initial stages of the Mystic Light realm, but his soul intent was extremely strong. Adding on his profound soul eye bloodline techniques, he had the strength of an early-stage Mystic Light realm. However, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss didn't specialize in the soul, so his powerful mental energy attack made Sacred Lord Star Demon's soul shake. Seems like G family wants to walk the same path as Duanmu family. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's voice was cold as an invisible demonic aura spread out. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss wasn't worried because of Sacred Lord Star Demon's arrival. Only Sacred Lord Star Demon had come from the G family, and he wouldn't be able to affect their plans much. After Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss finished off the Hall of Gods, he could use this as an excuse to cause trouble for the G family. Sacred Lord Star Demon's expression paused for a moment. Back then, the Duanmu family had 2 Sacred Lords killed by the upper echelon of 9 Darkness Palace because they offended the 9 Darkness Palace. The 2 of you stopped Duke Nan Fong and the G family. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss messaged. How could the Hall of Gods stop 9 Darkness Palace with their current strength? Who? The 3 Sacred Lords of 9 Darkness Palace instantly moved, and a terrifying and dominating demonic Dao aura covered the Hall of Gods. All the spectators with lower cultivations immediately retreated. Even Bai Qingyue retreated far away because she knew that if her soul was searched, 9 Darkness Palace would have a reason to destroy the Hall of Gods. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sacred Lord Evil Advent and Sacred Lord Wicked Truth charged toward Sacred Lord Star Demon and Duke Nan Fong. Some of the forces that had arrived at the Hall of Gods earlier, such as Sacred Lord Dark Ghost and the Grand Elder of the Black Radiant Clan, immediately stopped Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, Old Monster Sue, and the other upper echelon members of the Hall of Gods. Who, the unstoppable Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, flew toward the forbidden grounds at the back of the Hall of Gods. Just as Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was about to charge toward the hall that Xiaofeng was in, wong boom! A mountain suddenly exploded, and a purple and blood-colored wicked light shot into the sky. The purple and blood-colored patterns on it were faintly discernible. A terrifying wicked power suddenly shot toward Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. The purple and blood-colored wicked power that suddenly appeared made the nearby quasi-sacred lords and sacred lords tremble. and they started to panic. Who? A bewitching youth with purple and blood-colored hair and purple and blood-colored patterns flashed as he blocked Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Nan Gongsheng! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss exclaimed as a surge of demonic Tao anger appeared. Back then, 9 Darkness Palace had sent 2 upper echelon members to the true martial sacred land to capture Nan Gongsheng, but they were scared back by the rumored demigod Kuan Yin. Originally, as long as Nan Gongsheng stayed in the true martial sacred land, 9 Darkness Palace wouldn't cause trouble for him. However, Nan Gongsheng had now appeared in the Hall of Gods of the continent zone. Nan Gongsheng is here! Sacred Lord Wicked Truth's eyes instantly turned red, and his blood-red hair blew in the wind. He was the Sacred Lord that had gone to the true martial sacred land to capture Nan Gongsheng, but was scared back by Kuan Yin. That's fine. I'll kill both of you purple-haired demonic duo today. Black mystic light, sacred power, surged within Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss body, and the black light around him suddenly spread and turned into countless black tentacles that seemed to have their own consciousness. A terrifying demonic Tao aura exploded like an enraged ancient beast. It was as if it could sense the battle outside. Above Zhao Feng's seclusion, the tricolored vortex spun faster and faster, rapidly expanding. At this moment, the tricolored vortex seemed to become the sky of this world. All the experts below felt their yuan, qi, faintly vanish. Wang boom! A forbidden aura that could suppress everything in heaven and earth radiated from the 3-colored whirlpool and caused the wind to howl. Wang, 3 beams of sacred light suddenly landed on the peak of a certain mountain, and the yuan qi nearby seemed to be attracted by something and started to gather toward these 3 beams of sacred light. The sacred power whirlpool has successfully connected. No, I can't let Zhao Feng break through. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss jumped out from the edge of the explosion and charged toward the 3-colored sacred light. At this moment, Zhao Feng was at the final stage of breaking through. Evil demonic claw. Nan Gongsheng extended his right arm, and a blood-red tattoo started to quickly climb up his arm. Countless blood-red leaves and branches formed a purple and blood-colored claw that ripped forward. Nan Gongsheng, fuck off! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss roared, and countless black tentacles shot toward Nan Gongsheng. Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 powers of evil clashed, and the forbidden power within seemed to be able to devour everything. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss footsteps paused for a moment. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss didn't expect Nan Gongsheng's improvement to be so terrifying. With the power of the evil god, he was able to fight back against a late-stage mystic light realm. Of course, if Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss used his full strength, Nan Gongsheng would lose for sure. However, the most important thing right now was to stop Zhao Feng from breaking through to the mystic light realm. Once Zhao Feng successfully broke through, Zhao Feng's strength would be enough to turn the situation around. If Zhao Feng really did have the god-slaying arrow, then even Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss himself would be in danger. Thinking up to there, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss used a secret technique, and the tentacles around him turned into countless black ribbons of light that protected him. Whoosh! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss decided to ignore Nan Gongsheng and finish off Zhao Feng first. Dream on! Nan Gongsheng's eyes instantly turned into a deep purple abyss, within which a blood-colored flower could be vaguely seen. I'll leave the rest to you, Nan Gongsheng murmured. Jia, let me play with you. Nan Gongsheng's voice suddenly changed, and the purple and blood-colored power of the evil god jumped around his body. A surge of purple and blood-colored light shot toward Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Boom! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss retreated several steps, and the black barrier around him shattered. Power of God! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss stared at Nan Gongsheng in shock. although there was only a wisp of the power of the evil god within the mystic light sacred power. It was enough to cause the power of mystic light sacred power to change. Looks like he's been invaded by evil thoughts. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss started to think. Nan Gongsheng, who had been invaded by evil thoughts, had lost his mind and was using power that he couldn't control. No one can stop me. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had a cold expression as he circulated his demonic, Tao mystic light, sacred power. At the same time, a black whirlpool appeared behind Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, and a figure in black suddenly jumped out. Boom! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss charged toward Nan Gongsheng after releasing his clone. Countless demonic tentacles shot through space as if they were part of Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's will. The battle between the two shook heaven and earth, and everyone else in the Hall of Gods was stunned and couldn't help but retreat. Whoosh! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's clone laughed wickedly as he charged toward Zhao Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's clone had 60% of his original strength, and it was even stronger than normal early-stage mystic light realm sacred lords. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss laughed coldly. Nan Gongsheng, who had lost his mind, only existed to fight. He wouldn't care about anything else. Zhao Feng, who was in seclusion and had no one to protect him, would definitely die. Zhao Feng die. A demonic tentacle extended from Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's clone and destroyed the defensive array nearby as it stabbed toward Zhao Feng's head. At this moment, Zhao Feng was being cleansed by heaven and earth sacred power. He could feel danger approaching, but he couldn't move or use his true yuan or sacred power. If he retreated halfway, the sacred power whirlpool within his body would probably be destroyed. The attack from Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's clone was about to pierce through Zhao Feng's head. Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly opened with an angry expression. Chapter 1052. The little thieving cat poked its head out from a corner of the hall where Zhao Feng was in seclusion. The little thieving cat was originally going to stop Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss clone, but Zhao Feng stopped it. Zhao Feng, who was bathed in the three-colored sacred light, suddenly opened his left eye. In an instant, countless golden ripples shot out from Zhao Feng's golden eye. In an instant, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss clone was pierced through thousands of times by the golden ripples. The black clone suddenly turned into countless tiny particles that turned into a black mist that was absorbed into Zhao Feng's left eye. Zhao Feng's expression finally calmed down as he absorbed the last bit of sacred power that heaven and earth had given him. In reality, when the sacred power whirlpool within Zhao Feng's body connected with the sacred power whirlpool of heaven and earth, his left eye started to change. The mysterious golden ball within the dimension of his left eye seemed to be stimulated by something and suddenly started to spin, releasing layers of mysterious golden ripples. Normally speaking, if Zhao Feng used so much of the light of dispersion at once, his eye intent wouldn't be able to handle it. But that didn't happen at this moment. The mysterious golden ripples spread out on their own. Apart from the mysterious golden ball, there was only the demigod head that still had a wisp of god tribulation, lightning, left in the dimension of his god eye. The demigod head was pierced through countless times by the mysterious golden ripples. A twisted black object appeared next to the demigod head on top of the mysterious golden ball. In the center of the mysterious golden ball, streams of primordial power gathered in the black ball of light. When Zhao Feng opened his left eye, the golden ripples from the mysterious golden ball naturally shone onto the outside world and onto the black clone. This was what happened. This meant that Zhao Feng didn't use any power at all. All he did was open his left eye. What Zhao Feng didn't expect was that after the light of dispersion destroyed Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss clone, the mysterious golden ball would absorb the power within it. After this energy entered the dimension of his left eye, it merged into the twisted black object above. After Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss clone was destroyed, the three-colored light above Zhao Feng's head started to dim. Rumble. In the sky above the Hall of Gods, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, who was fighting with Nan Gongsheng, suddenly froze and looked down. My 9 nether clone. The veins on Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's forehead bulged as he roared. The clone technique from the 9 Darkness Sacred Scroll was extremely hard to cultivate, and Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had spent a lot of resources and effort on it. But now his clone had been destroyed by the golden light from Zhao Feng's left eye. How is this possible? Isn't he at the final juncture of breaking into the Holy Lord realm? How could he use other powers? Sacred Lord Evil Lord's heart shook as he fought with Duke Nanfeng. The scene in front of him completely defied common sense. Furthermore, this power actually instantly destroyed Elder Mo Yuan's doppelganger. Fear appeared in Sacred Lord Wicked Truth's heart as he looked at Zhao Feng. Even he couldn't see through the golden ripples that shot out of Zhao Feng's left eye. Zhao Feng, Duke Nanfeng, Sacred Lord Star Demon, and company were stunned. They couldn't understand what had just happened. That golden ripple passed through both the physical world and the soul. Sacred Lord Star Demon's eyes twinkled with a purple and gold light. This was the second time he had seen the abilities of Zhao Feng's left eye, but he was still stunned and couldn't understand what was happening. Wang. At this moment, the giant 3-colored whirlpool above the clouds started to slow down. The last wisp of 3-colored sacred power slowly descended and merged into the 3-colored sacred power whirlpool within Zhao Feng's body. Wang. The 3-colored sacred power whirlpool within Zhao Feng's body spun according to the laws of heaven and earth, and a different color suddenly extended, dark yellow. Zhao Feng's body started to dim with a flash of sacred light. The phenomena started to disappear. So this is a sacred body? Zhao Feng felt the changes in his body and felt that it was extremely unique. His body, sacred power, and soul were highly combined, and it was connected to heaven and earth. It was able to reduce all damage. Boom! Zhao Feng immediately flew into the air and turned into a scarlet-red streak of light that shot towards Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Damn it, I let him break through. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's expression was green, and his eyes were filled with anger. He didn't expect Nan Gongsheng to be hiding in the Hall of Gods as well. He never would have imagined that just as he was about to succeed, Zhao Feng's eyes would erupt with a strange golden light that instantly destroyed his clone. Boom! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss shot out a giant ball of black sacred light that landed on Nan Gongsheng's body. Boom! Nan Gongsheng spat out a mouthful of blood as his eyes returned to normal. After all, he was only at the initial stages of the mystic light realm. Even if the evil god mental thought body controlled his body and used wisps of the evil god's power, he still wasn't Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's match, who had lived for several dozen millennia. Thank you, Nan Gongsheng. A strong sacred Lord-level magnificent power caught Nan Gongsheng and gently put him down. Zhao Feng knew that the reason why Nan Gongsheng was risking his life was because he wanted to return the favor. In the divine illusion dimension, Zhao Feng helped Nan Gongsheng and even helped him obtain the power of the evil god at the last moment. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, since you're here, don't think about leaving. Zhao Feng opened his eyes and looked at Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. When Zhao Feng successfully broke through to the mystic light realm, the phenomenon of Zhao Feng's left eye also ended. Zhao Feng, do you really think that you're my match just because you've broken through to the mystic light realm? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss laughed. Now that things had reached this point, he couldn't turn back. Otherwise, the entire Lord dynasty would laugh at him and Nine Darkness Palace. Furthermore, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was already prepared and locked onto Zhao Feng. As long as Zhao Feng took out something like a god-slaying arrow, he would immediately escape. I also want to see how strong a late-stage mystic light realm's sacred lord is. The corner of Zhao Feng's mouth curled upward. At this moment, he could feel the laws of heaven and earth at his fingertips. It was as if he could affect heaven and earth with just a wave of his hand. Zhao Feng wasn't used to the sudden increase in his power and laws. He needed a strong opponent to consolidate his strength. Although Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was a bit too strong, he was suitable. Did you forget how to write the word death after breaking through to the mystic light realm? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss felt that Zhao Feng's arrogance was funny. Zhao Feng's strength was indeed terrifying, but he had just broken through to the mystic light realm and probably wasn't even familiar with the techniques of a sacred lord yet. Even if Zhao Feng stabilized his cultivation, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss wouldn't be scared. Shua! With a flash of light, a black beam of light shot toward Zhao Feng. Whoosh! 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 Countless demonic tentacles extended from Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's body when it got close to Zhao Feng and stabbed toward Zhao Feng. At the same time, the projection of a little world appeared and locked onto Zhao Feng. Boom! Whoosh! Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body, and it instantly became taller. Countless red symbols of lightning flashed with a golden light, making Zhao Feng look like a golden-patterned god of war. After breaking through to the mystic light realm, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body merged with his sacred body, and all aspects of his abilities became much stronger. Hu Shua! Zhao Feng dodged most of Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's attacks by using the lightning wings flying technique and the powerful perception of his left eye. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng circulated his sacred power of wind lightning and thrust out a scarlet golden palm of lightning that contained many of Zhao Feng's intents and laws. Boom! The demonic tentacles around Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss clashed with the sacred lightning palm and created a destructive storm. This palm technique. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's expression became grim. The attack of his tentacles was blocked by this palm. 1. The powerful intent of lightning within the sacred lightning palm merged into their. It can even affect my little world. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's expression changed slightly. Zhao Feng's palm wasn't simple. Demonic light break. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss roared as the tentacles gathered their power and attacked a single point. Boom! Pum! The tentacles instantly pierced through Zhao Feng's sacred lightning palm. At the same time, the tentacles attacked Zhao Feng once more. Physical force, lightning domain. Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body instantly released a terrifying physical force that caused everything within a few dozen miles to be struck by lightning. At the same time, a layer of physical force lightning merged with the sacred power of wind lightning and formed a scarlet golden barrier around Zhao Feng's body. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng circulated his mystic light sacred power and merged the power of the physical force lightning domain into the sacred lightning protection around him. Boom! Zhao Feng was pushed back several miles by Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's ultimate technique. His sacred lightning protection shattered, and the chaotic force of physical force was blocked by the tentacles around Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss before it could even reach him. You want to fight against a late-stage mystic light realm with this level of skill. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss couldn't help but snicker. After breaking through to the mystic light realm, Zhao Feng was indeed several times stronger than normal initial stage mystic light realm experts. But he wasn't Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's match. It's too early for you to be happy. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's expression paused. He felt that something was wrong and scanned with his divine sense. Old Monster Su and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight's opponents were suddenly defeated, and the two Sacred Lords then started to help Duke Nanfeng and Sacred Lord Star Demon deal with Sacred Lord Evil Advent and Sacred Lord Wicked Truth. When Zhao Feng was fighting Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss just now, he turned his attention to Old Monster Su and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight and circulated his eye intent to help them. He even used a soul eye bloodline technique at the critical moment. Old Monster Su and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight both had Zhao Feng's Dark Heart seal, so it wasn't hard for them to do this. Zhao Feng did want to train his strength after breaking through, but he was someone who cared about the big picture. Zhao Feng, you Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss gritted his teeth and was about to explode. An initial stage Mystic Light Realm Sacred Lord that had just broken through was interfering with the other battles while fighting him. Dance of the Yao and Demon. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss roared as he spread his arms. The sacred power whirlpool within his body started to spin, and an even stronger surge of sacred power appeared. Countless giant black tentacles formed where Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was. Each tentacle was like a snarling demon that danced in the air. Not good. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss is using his ultimate technique. Zhao Feng had a solemn expression. He had just broken through, and his cultivation hadn't stabilized yet. Even if he had time to consolidate it, he would most likely be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash with Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Boom. Boom. Zhao Feng instantly released the projection of his little world of wind lightning and used it to weaken Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's attack. Zhao Feng, I'm here. Nan Gongxing's cold voice sounded from behind Zhao Feng. Chapter 1053. Just when Zhao Feng was feeling an unprecedented pressure, a voice rang out. Zhao Feng, I'm here. Nan Gongxing's cold voice sounded from behind Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Nan Gongsheng arrived next to Zhao Feng, and the two stood shoulder to shoulder. Nan Gongsheng had used too much power just now, and his body was severely injured. However, Sacred Lord's recovery abilities were already very strong, and Nan Gongsheng had obtained part of the inheritance of the evil god. He should know many recovery techniques. Most importantly, how could Nan Gongsheng just stand there and watch against someone from Nine Darkness Palace? Sure. Zhao Feng's expression changed. A large purple and blood-colored light spread from Nan Gongxing's back and clashed with Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's little world projection. Damn it, these two brats! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss gritted his teeth. Zhao Feng's little world of wind lightning was already very strong. It contained a large amount of ancient origin power, and it had copied the storms of the ancient dream realm. On the other hand, Nan Gongxing's little world had merged with the evil god crystal and the power of the evil god, making it even stronger and more wicked. The combined power of the two little world projections started to gain the upper hand against Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's little world projection. Hand of the evil sky. Two purple and blood-colored demonic hands formed on Nan Gongxing's arms, and bright red patterns appeared on them. Nan Gongsheng waved his arms and destroyed countless demonic tentacles. Zhao Feng didn't show any weakness. He used the lightning wings flying technique under the protection of the little world projection and destroyed all the demonic tentacles nearby. Boom! Boom! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing teamed up and destroyed Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's chaotic dance of the beasts and demons. You too are courting death. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had an enraged expression as he circulated his demonic Tao mystic light, sacred power, and clashed with Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng. Boom! Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body blocked Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's attack. Although he was slightly injured, he quickly recovered. On the other hand, Nan Gongxing's situation was worse. His injuries that hadn't fully healed became even worse. What powerful mystic light, sacred power! Zhao Feng's eyes darkened. Late-stage mystic light, sacred power, and early-stage mystic light, sacred power weren't on the same level. The stronger the mystic light, sacred power was, the stronger the sacred body would be. This meant that even if Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss didn't cultivate a body-strengthening technique, his recovery speed was only slightly weaker than Zhao Feng's. Wind, lightning, eye flame. A surge of eye bloodline flames surged from Zhao Feng's left eye, and a purple and gold light flashed with the patterns of God Tribulation lightning. Boom! A ball of transparent purple and gold lightning fire with the aura of God Tribulation lightning exploded in Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's head. Zhao Feng's wind lightning eye flame was a pure soul attack that mainly contained the power of God Tribulation lightning. He knew that physical attacks wouldn't be able to harm Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Zhao Feng's soul intent had been condensed when he broke through to the Sacred Lord realm. Although he was only an early-stage Sacred Lord, he was still able to threaten Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss with his soul eye bloodline techniques and the power of God Tribulation lightning. Boom! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss felt 10,000 bolts of lightning explode in his soul, and the soul eye bloodline flame that had merged with the power of God Tribulation lightning continued to burn. Whoosh! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng used this chance to charge forward. Demonic Sky Hand. Nan Gongsheng put the two wicked sky hands together and formed a giant demonic hand covered in purple and blood-colored demonic flames that grabbed downward. Whoosh! Several cracks appeared on Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's sacred body. The mystic light, sacred power formed by the power of the evil god was extremely destructive towards anything, and it could also restrict the opponent's recovery speed. Zhao Feng circulated the power of ancient lightning within his sacred lightning body and released several scarlet golden mountains of lightning that crushed towards Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. On the other side, Sacred Lord Evil Advent and Sacred Lord Wicked Truth were defeated as well. Being early-stage Sacred Lords, they were extremely strong, but they still weren't the match of so many Sacred Lords working together. Zhao Feng, we're here. Sacred Lord Star Demon, Duke Nan Feng, Old Monster Su, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, and company immediately arrived after defeating Sacred Lord Evil Advent and Sacred Lord Wicked Truth. Boom! Pum! Bam! A sky full of mystic light, sacred power landed on Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Damn it, Zhao Feng, Nan Gongsheng. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's face was pale white with a grim expression. No matter how strong he wasn't a match for so many Sacred Lords. Furthermore, the wisp of the evil god's power in his fight with Nan Gongsheng had injured him, and it was extremely hard for him to recover. Boom! The demonic tentacles around Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss blocked the attacks around him and pushed him away. Whoosh! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss turned into a ball of black light and escaped. The demonic tentacles behind him released a surge of black, mystic light, sacred power that increased Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss speed dramatically. Zhao Feng's eyes focused, and a surge of mental energy flashed. Zhao Feng had left a mark of the god Eye on Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. How could he let Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss escape like that? If it wasn't for the fact that Nan Gongsheng was here and that Zhao Feng's left eye had changed the Hall of Gods and Zhao Feng might have been destroyed by Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Sky Locking Bow. Zhao Feng suddenly appeared on a dark silver bow and condensed a scarlet golden arrow of sacred light that shot through the air with a qiu-qiu. The next instant, the arrow of light pierced through the air and through Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss chest. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss paused and circulated his mystic light, sacred power to engulf the arrow of light before continuing to escape. By Qing Yue, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, take care of the aftermath. Lock up the two Sacred Lords of Nine Darkness Palace and the members of Dark Sky Gate, the Black Radiant Clan, and the other forces. Zhao Feng said in a hurry. One boom. A pair of golden red wings suddenly appeared behind Zhao Feng's back. They radiated countless feathers that summoned the power of wind, lightning with every flap. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's figure flashed and chased after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Zhao Feng is chasing after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Sacred Lord Star Demon shook slightly and was stunned. From his point of view, it was enough as long as he could push Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss back. Sacred Lord Star Demon, Duke Nanfeng, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, and the other Sacred Lords weren't able to catch up to him at all. If that was the case, it would be too dangerous for Zhao Feng to chase after him alone. Zhao Feng, be careful! Duke Nanfeng didn't agree with Zhao Feng chasing after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Although Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was surrounded by them and was injured, he was still a late-stage mystic light realm Sacred Lord of the Demonic Tao. Lock them up! Bai Qingyue ordered. Experts flew out from all over the Hall of Gods and used secret techniques to lock up all of Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's comrades. Duke, please report this to the Imperials. Bai Qingyue arrived next to Duke Nanfeng and said, respectfully, Sure. Duke Nanfeng agreed. Zhao Feng chasing after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss and locking up all the members of 9 Darkness Palace, Dark Sky Gate, and the Black Radiant Clan would definitely anger 9 Darkness Palace. Only by reporting this to the Imperials and asking the Grand Imperial Hall to speak would they be able to shake 9 Darkness Palace. After all, the war between the 2 dynasties was intense. As a pinnacle 3-star force of the dynasty, the 9 Nether Palace had rashly attacked another 3-star force. This was equivalent to causing internal strife in the dynasty and weakening the dynasty itself. The Grand Imperial Hall would definitely stop them. 2 beams of sacred light, one black and one red, sped through heaven and earth. Whoosh! Zhao Feng would occasionally pull the bowstring and shoot out an arrow of sacred light that contained the power of God Tribulation Lightning. Whoosh! The next instant, the arrow pierced through Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's chest. This junior can control so much God Tribulation Lightning. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss cursed. At the start, he was extremely happy when Zhao Feng chased after him. He was prepared to recover from his injuries and kill Zhao Feng at the critical moment. However, Zhao Feng kept on using the sky-locking bow to shoot arrows of God Tribulation Lightning, causing irreparable injuries to Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. If Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had tried to kill Zhao Feng at the start, he might have had the advantage, but his condition was becoming worse and worse. Who won? As Zhao Feng chased after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, he kept on learning how to use his mystic light, sacred power, and the arrows of God Tribulation, lightning shot out by the sky-locking bow became stronger and stronger. Mystic light, sacred power contains the laws of heaven and earth, and it can quickly borrow the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The scarlet golden wings behind Zhao Feng's back suddenly created a storm of lightning, and Zhao Feng's speed increased once more. Rumble! Boom! When Zhao Feng got close to Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, he unleashed a soul attack, and the power of God Tribulation lightning landed on Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's soul once more. Zhao Feng was extremely careful when chasing after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. He would circulate the power of God Tribulation lightning whenever he had the chance to and injure Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Zhao Feng, you will regret this. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss roared as he burned his mystic light, sacred power, and sped away. Hee, I don't know if I will regret this or not, but right now I will make you regret it. The scarlet golden wings behind Zhao Feng's back instantly released a blinding sacred light as he activated the laws of heaven and earth. Lightning wings, spatial flash. Zhao Feng turned into a streak of red light and sped through heaven and earth. The golden red light suddenly became faint and merged into space as he flew several dozen thousand miles away. Just as he was about to catch up to Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, Zhao Feng's eyes suddenly focused as he looked into the distance. Ha ha ha, Zhao Feng, you're dead for sure. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss slowed down and turned around to look at Zhao Feng. Boom! Heaven and earth became dark as a dark brown figure flashed out and arrived next to Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. The instant this dark brown figure appeared, heaven and earth became dark. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to change everything in heaven and earth, and it instantly suppressed Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng felt that his mystic light, sacred power, was unable to connect to any of the laws of heaven and earth. It was as if heaven and earth was controlled by this dark brown figure. Zhao Feng had experienced this feeling once before. That was when the Crown Prince trial had just ended, and Zhao Feng was in the Imperial Palace. Sacred King Feather Spirit had displayed his absolute control over the laws of heaven and earth when he captured an assassin. I didn't expect to chase after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss across the distance of an entire province, and this place seems to be the territory of the Earth Demon cult. Zhao Feng concluded after thinking for a while. When he was chasing after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, he had been trying to comprehend his mystic light, sacred power. His flying speed had greatly increased after becoming a Sacred Lord, and he had unknowingly chased after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss this far. Demonic Abyss, I didn't think that a junior at the initial stages of the mystic light realm would chase you all the way here. The dark brown figure's eyes scanned over Zhao Feng. I was attacked by multiple Sacred Lords and was severely injured. Sacred King Earth Ghost, quickly kill him. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss gave an awkward smile before looking coldly at Zhao Feng. The direction that Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was escaping towards was the Earth Demon cult, which wasn't far away from him. He sent a message when he was a certain distance away from the Earth Demon cult. The Earth Demon cult and Nine Darkness Palace had a close relationship, and they could even be considered allies, so the Earth Demon cult would definitely help. However, he didn't expect the Grand Elder of the Earth Demon cult to appear, Sacred King Earth Ghost. Chapter 1054. This is a feud between me and Nine Darkness Palace. Does the Earth Demon cult want to interfere as well? Zhao Feng had a calm expression as he looked at Sacred King Earth Ghost. Sacred King Earth Ghost's eyes focused as he heard what Zhao Feng said, and he locked onto Zhao Feng. Heaven and earth seemed to be his will, and an invisible power of laws locked onto Zhao Feng and made him unable to move. Originally, Sacred King Earth Ghost didn't put Zhao Feng in his eyes at all, but Zhao Feng's words made him extremely unhappy. Although they were both Grand Elders of 3-star powers, this was the first time Sacred King Earth Ghost had met someone who dared to talk to him like this at the initial stages of the Mystic Light Realm. However, Zhao Feng's calm and panicked attitude made him wary. The Earth Demon cult and Nine Darkness Palace help each other. You killing an Elder of Nine Darkness Palace is the same as harming the interests of the Earth Demon cult. Sacred King Earth Ghost said slowly. His voice echoed across heaven and earth and entered Zhao Feng's mind. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had an ugly expression. He could tell that Sacred King Earth Ghost was stunned by Zhao Feng's calm expression. After all, almost all the upper echelon of the Lord dynasty knew that Zhao Feng had obtained the God-slaying arrow from the divine illusion dimension. Why are you wasting time with him? Kill him. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss immediately said. There was another reason why he went to the Earth Demon cult. He hoped that the Earth Demon cult could force Zhao Feng into a desperate situation. Even if Zhao Feng really did have the God-slaying arrow, he would waste it on the Earth Demon cult. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, Sacred Lord Evil Advent, Sacred Lord Wicked Truth, Dark Sky Gate, the Black Radiant Clan, and other members are all at the Hall of Gods. If Nine Darkness Palace still wants them to live, then send someone to the Hall of Gods to apologize. Zhao Feng didn't bother with Sacred King Earth Ghost and spoke to Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had an ugly expression. He was the one who suggested this. If things ended like this, even he would be severely punished. Sacred King Earth Ghost, if you kill Zhao Feng, you'll get 50% of the Hall of God's profits. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss immediately messaged, Junior, you are too arrogant. Sacred Lord Earth Ghost revealed a sharp gaze. The Hall of Gods had been able to develop into such an enormous faction in just a few short years. Their sect strength, assassinations, and intelligence were all at the forefront of the dynasty. In terms of overall strength, the Hall of Gods might be far inferior to the Earth Demon cult. But in terms of resources and benefits, the Hall of Gods definitely surpassed the Earth Demon cult. In particular, the Hall of Gods had recently taken out all kinds of wondrous pills. If the Earth Demon cult had a large number of these pills, they would definitely be able to raise a group of prodigies with potential into the upper echelons of battle. Rumble. A part of heaven and earth trembled as an invisible law force crushed down on Zhao Feng. Sacred Lord Earth Ghost just stood there and used the power of his intent to control heaven and earth and crush everything. The Earth Demon cult really doesn't know what's good for them. Zhao Feng's expression was cold. Originally, he only wanted to severely injure Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss and use the captives to trade for resources from Nine Darkness Palace. However, there was nothing he could do when Sacred Lord Earth Ghost interfered. Just as Zhao Feng was about to let Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss go, Sacred Lord Earth Ghost suddenly attacked him. It was obvious that Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had lured him in. You've become arrogant after breaking through to the mystic light realm. Sacred King Earth Ghost had a cold expression. He was already dissatisfied with Zhao Feng's attitude and words. Sacred King Earth Ghost waved his hand, and a surge of heaven and earth intent turned into a dark tornado that charged toward Zhao Feng. The dark gust of wind seemed to be able to devour everything, and it radiated a forbidden aura of the Tao of ghosts wherever it passed. Sky Locking Bow. A dark silver bow suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. The mysterious engravings on it gave off a dark silver glow. A dark golden arrow appeared in Zhao Feng's other hand. Zhao Feng immediately poured his mystic light, sacred power into the dark golden arrow. One whoosh! A terrifying, dark, golden divine radiance radiated from it, and the shadow of a divine arrow that was hundreds of meters long gradually spread out. Shwa! Sacred King Earth Ghost's attack was instantly destroyed by the sharp, golden divine light radiating from the dark, golden arrow. This is the God-slaying arrow. Sacred King Earth Ghost, who was acting arrogantly a moment ago, instantly revealed a look of fear. There really are more God-slaying arrows. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss face also went pale white. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures immediately burned their mystic light, sacred power, and used a secret technique to escape in two different directions. Both of them were wary of Zhao Feng, so they reacted when Zhao Feng took out the Sky Locking Bow and arrow. Normal Sacred Lords would barely be able to use a substandard god weapon like the God-slaying arrow, so they needed some time to charge up. You run pretty fast. Zhao Feng revealed a playful smile as he locked onto Sacred King Earth Ghost and pulled the bowstring. Wang, the image of the dark golden arrow became even more condensed the moment the bowstring was pulled and limitless laws and intents appeared on it. Sacred King Earth Ghost's heart clenched. At this instant, he felt as if he had been locked onto by some power and would never be able to escape. Zhao Feng, the person you're chasing is Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Sacred King Earth Ghost roared. On the other side, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss let out a breath and revealed a cold smile. You can just wait to die after using this god-slaying arrow. Whoosh! A giant golden arrow seemed to pierce through heaven and earth as it shot towards Sacred King Earth Ghost with a terrifying metal elemental storm. Boom! Pum! A terrifying storm that could destroy heaven and earth appeared in the distance. The power of the Tao of Ghosts intertwined with the dark, golden divine light, and it was enough to shake one's heart. Wait, the power of this god-slaying arrow. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss felt that something was wrong. Even though they were so far away, he could still feel that the power of the storm was weaker than he imagined, and the intents were different as well. Whoosh! A ruffled Sacred King Earth Ghost charged out from the storm and stared at Zhao Feng with killing intent. Brat, how dare you scare me? This isn't a god-slaying arrow. Sacred King Earth Ghost was enraged as he descended once more like a god of hell. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss paused for a moment before charging over in anger. It turned out that Zhao Feng didn't have a god-slaying arrow and was just pretending to scare them. Right as Sacred King Earth Ghost was about to attack again, Zhao Feng's voice sounded. Sacred King Earth Ghost, this is just a warning. Zhao Feng's voice was cold as he looked at Sacred King Earth Ghost with a faint smile. Warning. Sacred King Earth Ghost and Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss bodies froze. In reality, although the arrow just now didn't kill Sacred King Earth Ghost, he didn't seem to be very injured. However, Zhao Feng knew that Sacred King Earth Ghost's soul was severely injured. Back then, when Zhao Feng forged the substandard god-slaying arrows, he chose them very carefully. One of the 3 arrows was bright gold, and the other 2 were dark gold. The elements of the 2 were completely different. The bright gold arrow targeted the physical dimension, and the dark gold arrow targeted the soul. However, it wasn't very possible for a substandard god-slaying arrow to kill a sacred king. Could this brat have more of these arrows? Or maybe he didn't even use the real god-slaying arrow. Sacred King Earth Ghost's body froze, and he felt like he was going to go crazy. He was a sacred king and had never been treated like this before. However, if Zhao Feng still had more of these arrows or god-slaying arrows, then he might really die this time. On the other side, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was slightly regretful. He shouldn't have come back. Since the Earth Demon Cult and 9 Darkness Palace are so close, then we should go to the Hall of Gods and apologize together with 9 Darkness Palace. Zhao Feng's words broke the silence. Facing such a strong Zhao Feng, the heavily injured Sacred King Earth Ghost and Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss were even more certain that Zhao Feng still had hidden cards. The 2 looked at each other and wanted to cry, but they didn't say anything and just left bitterly. I shouldn't have helped that brat Demonic Abyss. Sigh. Sacred King Earth Ghost sighed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Although Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had dragged him down with him, he didn't dare to go to 9 Darkness Palace. Zhao Feng stood where he was and watched the 2 leave. Senior, it's about time for you to show yourself. Zhao Feng looked toward the sky in the distance. Suddenly, the sky in the distance distorted, and a figure emerged from it. Zhao Feng had done a lot of research on Black Screen Corner, so he instantly recognized this elder. It was the Grand Elder of Black Screen Corner, Sacred King Dark Screen. Who, heaven and earth darkened once again. Endless profundities and laws filled every corner of the space. As expected of the Grand Elder of the Hall of Gods. You're the junior with the most potential I've ever seen. Sacred King Dark Screen stroked his beard and looked at Zhao Feng. Senior probably didn't follow me all the way here just to say that, right? Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as he looked at Sacred King Dark Screen with a grim gaze. Back in the Hall of Gods, Zhao Feng's god spiritual I had already sensed Sacred King Dark Screen's existence. However, the situation at the time wasn't very good, so he didn't expose Sacred King Dark Screen, since Sacred King Dark Screen wanted to hide. However, Zhao Feng didn't expect Sacred King Dark Screen to follow him as he chased after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Zhao Feng admired Sacred King Dark Screen's patience, but at the same time he was also on his guard. Ha ha ha! I was just bored, so I wanted to see the strength of the Grand Elder of the Hall of Gods. Sacred King Darkscreen roared. In reality, Sacred King Darkscreen was surprised. He didn't expect that Zhao Feng had already discovered him back in the Hall of Gods. No one would believe that a beginning-stage Mystic Light realm cultivator had discovered a Sacred King expert that specialized in concealment. Little friend Zhao Feng, the Silence Assassination Division's name, is about to surpass Black Screen Corners. I'm here this time to ask for something from the Hall of Gods. Sacred King Darkscreen said slowly. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as he looked at Sacred King Darkscreen and waited for him to continue. The reason he used the replica god-slaying arrow just now was because he wanted to scare Sacred King Darkscreen. After all, the Silence Assassination Division was using the name of Black Screen Corner to rise, and the other party was a Sacred King. He obviously wouldn't be polite to Zhao Feng. I heard that the Hall of Gods has a miraculous pill called the Purifying Blood Sacred Spirit Pill. My grandson is about to break through to the Mystic Light realm, so I'm here to ask for it. Sacred King Darkscreen finally finished speaking. The reason why Sacred King Darkscreen had been hiding and following Zhao Feng was because he wanted to wait for the result of the battle between Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss and Zhao Feng. If Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss won and he suddenly appeared, he would definitely be able to obtain some benefits. It would be even better if both sides were heavily injured, and Sacred King Darkscreen would be able to obtain a lot of benefits from both sides. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhao Feng had the advantage and even scared away Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss and Sacred King Earth Ghost. At the same time, Zhao Feng managed to scare him away. To a certain degree, the Silence Assassination Division was able to develop to this point because of Black Screen Corner. The Hall of Gods will definitely send this small gift to Black Screen Corner. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and said, Sacred King Darkscreen was, without a doubt, a Sacred King even stronger than Sacred King Earth Ghost. Unless he used the god-slaying arrow, Zhao Feng had no chance of winning. At this moment, Sacred King Darkscreen didn't show any signs of threatening him or being too greedy. Zhao Feng obviously wouldn't be stingy with a few Purifying Blood Sacred Spirit Pills. Chapter 1055. The Purifying Blood Sacred Spirit Pill was just made from the bloodline of the golden-winged scarlet tiger and the pond water. These resources were extremely plentiful for Zhao Feng. Furthermore, after Zhao Feng broke through to the Mystic Light realm, these two resources would be much less useful to Zhao Feng. If that's the case, then this old man will return to Black Screen Corner and wait. Sacred King Darkscreen gave a deep look at Zhao Feng before merging into the air and disappearing. Black Screen Corner wouldn't recklessly attack a major force. Sacred King Darkscreen was also looking forward to the Hall of Gods performance. If the Hall of Gods was able to survive 9 Darkness Palace's suppression, they would definitely become another peak force in the continent. Being on good terms with a force like this would allow one to obtain limitless benefits in the future. Zhao Feng let out a long breath after Sacred King Darkscreen left. Even if Zhao Feng broke through to the Mystic Light realm, he wouldn't be confident enough to fight against a Sacred King. Shua! Zhao Feng waved the arm guard in his hand, and his figure started to fade as a layer of silver light appeared and disappeared. Zhao Feng believed that he would be able to use the misty spatial world to teleport even further after breaking through to the Mystic Light realm. This time, Zhao Feng teleported the distance of 4 major cities. Wang Shua. A layer of silver light appeared in the air, and Zhao Feng's figure slowly appeared. The terrifying pressure of a Sacred Lord instantly created a phenomenon in heaven and earth. Sacred Lord! A peak-tier king next to Zhao Feng instantly knelt onto the ground. His true yuan and bloodline were suppressed to the point where they couldn't circulate at all. I haven't completely familiarized myself with and controlled my power, Zhao Feng murmured. I can still increase the distance of my teleportation. Zhao Feng didn't bother with this person. He waved his arm again, and his figure disappeared with a spatial disturbance. The next instant, Zhao Feng returned to the entrance of the Hall of Gods. This time, Zhao Feng teleported an entire province away, and his mystic light's sacred power was instantly used up. Looks like in the future, I'll be able to teleport an entire state every time. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Breaking through to the mystic light realm had made things so convenient for him. A substandard god artifact was indeed different. Zhao Feng could carry a teleportation array with him wherever he went. At this moment, the forces that Bai Qingyue had invited to help the Hall of Gods were still present. Grand Elder. Zhao Feng. Everyone stood up and looked at Zhao Feng, their hearts trembling. Almost 10 days had passed since Zhao Feng chased after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, and everyone was still worried. Zhao Feng's expression was calm as he walked to the top and sat down peacefully. Through the dark heart seal, Zhao Feng found out some things from Bai Qingyue. Duke Nanfeng had gone to the Imperial Palace to report this to the Grand Imperial Hall. Bai Qingyue had done this herself, and Zhao Feng was very satisfied. The reason why he dared to chase after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss and severely injure him was because he wanted to report this to the Grand Imperial Hall. He believed that the Grand Imperial Hall didn't want internal strife to happen during the war. 9 Darkness Palace was a peak 3-star power, and the Hall of Gods could be considered a 3.5-star power. Once the two started fighting, countless forces of various sizes would be involved, and the Great Gon Lord dynasty would suffer heavy losses. I will remember everyone's help for the Hall of Gods this time. Now that Zhao Feng had broken through to the mystic light realm, he was even more threatening. After this is reported to the Grand Imperial Hall. 9 Darkness Palace won't be able to do anything to the Hall of Gods for now. This is also the time for the Hall of Gods to develop. At this moment, Bai Qingyue stood up and slowly spoke. At the same time, she told them the blueprint for their future development. Most of the forces present were subordinate forces of the Hall of Gods, or had a good relationship with the Hall of Gods. Zhao Feng and Sacred Lord Star Demon left after Bai Qingyue finished speaking. Zhao Feng, you've really done well this time. Sacred Lord Star Demon joked. Zhao Feng had chased after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss of 9 Darkness Palace for almost 10 days. News of this had spread across the continent long ago. Zhao Feng's fame had risen once more, and the Hall of Gods' reputation had reached a new peak. Right now was the best time for the Hall of Gods to expand. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss is just one of the upper echelon members of 9 Darkness Palace. Zhao Feng shook his head. The Hall of Gods was far from being able to fight against 9 Darkness Palace, which had 1,000,000 years of foundation. One had to know that 9 Darkness Palace was a 4-star power at its peak. Zhao Feng's confidence didn't swell to such an extent just because he was chasing after Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Senior Star Demon, I want to discuss the 2nd level of the soul-splitting technique with you this time. Zhao Feng expressed his intentions. Zhao Feng had already deduced the 2nd level of the soul-splitting technique, but he didn't have much confidence, so he wanted Sacred Lord Star Demon to help him. After giving the 2nd level of the soul-splitting technique to Sacred Lord Star Demon, Zhao Feng returned to the forbidden grounds at the back of the Hall of Gods. Sacred Lord Star Demon needed time to review the 2nd level of the soul-splitting technique. After returning to the hall, Zhao Feng immediately entered the dimension of his left eye. When he broke through to the mystic light realm, the mysterious golden ball in the dimension of his left eye changed slightly, which was why it saved Zhao Feng's life. Zhao Feng stopped thinking and stared at the object above the mysterious golden ball in disbelief. Originally, there was nothing in the dimension of his left eye apart from the mysterious golden ball and the demigod head. At this moment, there were 2 demigod heads floating above the mysterious golden ball. The structure and shape of the 2 heads were exactly the same. Even the power of the tribulation lightning on them was the same. Why would a demigod's head that contains the power of God's tribulation lightning appear out of nowhere? Zhao Feng was extremely shocked. Although it was a good thing to have one more deity's tribulation head and half of the deity's tribulation lightning power. However, all of this was too weird. Zhao Feng started to think back to what had happened to his left eye. First, the mysterious ball released countless layers of golden ripples that penetrated the demigod's head countless times. Of course, the structure of the god tribulation lightning and the demigod head was also analyzed and recorded into the mysterious golden ball. Then, the mysterious golden ball emitted a surge of primordial energy and slowly formed a twisted black object. In the end, it turned into another demigod's head. Could it be? Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something, and his expression turned to surprise as his consciousness returned to his body. Zhao Feng took out a normal Earth-grade weapon from the misty spatial world. Shua! Zhao Feng's left eye locked onto this Earth-grade weapon and absorbed it into the dimension of his left eye. Zhao Feng's consciousness then entered the dimension of his left eye once again. Zhao Feng moved the two demigod heads to the side and placed the Earth-grade weapon on the mysterious golden ball. Zhao Feng circulated his intent and carefully touched the mysterious golden ball. The mysterious golden ball suddenly started to spin and shoot out countless golden ripples that passed through the Earth-grade weapon. Not long after, an aura of the primitive origin slowly gushed out from the mysterious ball and condensed in the air. This ball of black matter started to twist and turn. Several hours later, a complete Earth-grade weapon appeared above the mysterious golden ball. It can really copy physical things? Zhao Feng's heart shook. This phenomenon completely proved his conjecture. Zhao Feng's consciousness then returned to his body. I intent and Yuan Qi have been used up. This was the conclusion Zhao Feng came to. From the looks of it, Zhao Feng didn't notice when he was copying the demigod head because he was trying to break through to the mystic light realm. This also explained why the energy from Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's clone was sucked into the dimension of his left eye. It was because he was copying the demigod heads and needed energy. This small mutation has actually given me this ability. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. It could even copy the demigod head and god tribulation lightning. From this, one could see how monstrous this duplication ability was. From the looks of it, this is the complete ability of the golden eye. Zhao Feng said with a serious expression. The golden eye only had the ability to analyze things, so it wasn't very strong as a support ability. However, if it was combined with the duplication ability, it would be perfect. However, after discovering the new ability of the golden eye, Zhao Feng also started to analyze the flaws of this ability. Firstly, it took almost 10 days to duplicate the demigod head. Although an Earth-grade weapon could be duplicated in just a few hours, people at Zhao Feng's level usually used inheritance, sacred weapons, or heaven-grade weapons at the very least. Secondly, it used up a lot of energy. When duplicating the demigod head, Zhao Feng was in the middle of breaking through and was replenishing heaven and earth energy, so he might not have noticed it. However, when duplicating this low-tier weapon, Zhao Feng came to this conclusion. Right now, Zhao Feng realized that duplicating objects required soul, eye bloodline power, and the Yuan Qi within his body. These two things were very important to Zhao Feng. If he didn't replenish them in time, the consequences would be severe. But with this duplication ability, I seem to be able to produce my own cultivation resources. Zhao Feng's heart jumped. He felt that this was unbelievable. However, while Zhao Feng used his soul, eye bloodline power, and Yuan Qi to duplicate the resources he needed, Zhao Feng also needed time to recover his eye bloodline power and Yuan Qi or use other precious resources. There seemed to be a balance between the two. I'll put this ability down for now. There wasn't much use in thinking about it now, so he might as well slowly test it out in the future. The most important thing right now was to consolidate his cultivation as a sacred lord. Zhao Feng had just broken through to the mystic light realm, so his control over his power wasn't very good. He couldn't even hide his aura. His 5 elemental wind lightning technique had also broken through to the 9th level, the earth of wind lightning. Once he started to cultivate the earth of wind lightning, Zhao Feng's strength would increase by another level. Whoosh! 2 dark yellow crystals appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. These were the earth elemental cultivation resources that Zhao Feng had exchanged for at the Lan Province War Hall. Zhao Feng immediately circulated the earth of wind lightning cultivation method in the 5 elemental wind lightning technique and started to absorb the earth elemental power within the dark yellow crystals. Zhao Feng also circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to multitask and familiarize himself with the mystic light, sacred power, and the sacred power whirlpool within his body. After breaking through to the mystic light realm, the crystal core within his body shattered and merged with the laws of heaven and earth to form a sacred power whirlpool. At this moment, the sacred power whirlpool within Zhao Feng's body had 4 colors: blue, green, red, and finally dark yellow. After breaking through to the mystic light realm, the power that one controlled would change. For this reason, this process of slowly familiarizing himself with this power took an extremely long time. But Zhao Feng's left eye had given him extraordinary insight and calculation abilities. Thus, Zhao Feng only needed 1 month to completely familiarize himself with his new power. On a certain day, Zhao Feng opened his eyes. At that instant, Zhao Feng found that his intent could quickly merge into heaven and earth, and he could control the power of intent. Any casual action of his could summon the power of heaven and earth. This is the true power of the mystic light realm. Zhao Feng's body flashed with a sacred light, and a layer of dark yellow lightning appeared around him. Heaven and earth suddenly froze as a terrifying pressure appeared. Chapter 1056. This is the true power of the mystic light realm. A layer of dark yellow lightning appeared on Zhao Feng's body, and heaven and earth suddenly froze as a suffocating physical force appeared. The earth of wind lightning didn't give Zhao Feng much power, but it doubled Zhao Feng's defense. At the same time, it merged with the physical force of the sacred lightning body and covered heaven and earth with a terrifying physical force. It was extremely difficult for beginning stage mystic light realm cultivators to stand in front of Zhao Feng. Furthermore, the 5 elemental wind lightning technique also had many earth elemental techniques and secret techniques. Most of them were defensive and support type, and Zhao Feng understood them all. Right now, I might be able to fight back against Sacred, Lord Demonic Abyss by myself. Zhao Feng smiled confidently. It wasn't terrifying for someone to suddenly obtain great power. Only when they were able to use this power would they be terrifying. When Zhao Feng had just broken through to the mystic light realm, the injured Nan Gongxing and Zhao Feng weren't Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's match. Now, Zhao Feng was confident that he could fight against Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss by himself. However, he could only fight against Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. He would need to take out some important hidden cards if he wanted to gain the upper hand or defeat him. Master, someone from 9 Darkness Palace is here. Bai Qingyuan messaged Zhao Feng through the Dark Heart Seal. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile and immediately left. 3 elders of 9 Darkness Palace stood within the hall. The one leading them was Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss spoke the moment Zhao Feng appeared within the hall. Zhao Feng, I'm here today to apologize to the Hall of Gods. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had an awkward expression as he quickly spoke. As a high-ranking elder of the 9 Darkness Palace, I abused my power and encouraged the other elders of the 9 Darkness Palace to attack the Hall of Gods, a 3-star force on the continent. I hereby apologize to the members of the Hall of Gods. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss said unwillingly. However, This matter did indeed alarm the Grand Imperial Hall, and the Grand Elder of Nine Darkness Palace personally came out to punish Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. He even told Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss to apologize to the Hall of Gods and resolve this matter. Zhao Feng maintained a faint smile as he looked at Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss and waited for him to continue. How could Zhao Feng accept an apology? My Nine Nether Palace is willing to give all the resources of the Dark Sky Gate, the Black Radiant Sect, and the other forces to the Hall of Gods. I hope that you, Zhao Feng, will release the members of these forces. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss told them what Nine Darkness Palace was willing to pay. Bai Qingyue was slightly surprised. The Dark Sky Gate was a 3-star sect, and the Black Radiant Clan and some other forces were at least 2.5 stars. However, Nine Darkness Palace was willing to give them all to the Hall of Gods? Zhao Feng was silent for a moment. This kind of apology was not enough to satisfy him. Zhao Feng, are you not satisfied with this kind of compensation? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss could tell what Zhao Feng was thinking, and his tone was filled with mockery. Nine Darkness Palace didn't object to Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss attacking the Hall of Gods, but Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's plan had failed. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss believed that the Grand Elder wouldn't let go of the Hall of Gods. From his point of view, Zhao Feng was going to die sooner or later, but he was still so greedy. These resources are only enough for me to release the members of the Hall of Gods. I can't just let you go like this, Zhao Feng said as he looked at Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. The expressions of the two elders next to Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss were enraged. Nine Darkness Palace had never suffered such a loss before. They had no choice but to give compensation, but Zhao Feng was still not satisfied. Zhao Feng, don't go too far. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss expression became cold. Nine Darkness Palace would only give these resources as compensation. If Zhao Feng was still not satisfied, then Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss would have to cut off his own benefits. This is the Hall of Gods. Zhao Feng angrily snorted, his invisible intent imbued with law intent descending. At the same time, Zhao Feng's body flashed with a layer of golden sacred light. Lightning flashed within the light, and an invisible physical force spread forward. This was the Hall of Gods, and Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was acting like this even though he had come to apologize. What this? The two Sacred Lords next to Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss instantly felt the air become extremely heavy. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, and the mystic light, sacred power within their bodies seemed to freeze. This power, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss expression became grim. At this moment, the magnificent power formed by Zhao Feng's intent was even stronger than Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's. The two normal Sacred Lords next to him were unable to resist Zhao Feng's magnificent power and physical force at all. Even Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss found it hard to breathe. But since he was in the Hall of Gods, he couldn't attack anymore. Bai Qingyue's expression next to Zhao Feng turned from shock to joy. Zhao Feng, we can talk about the compensation later. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had a helpless expression. Who? With a thought, Zhao Feng took back his physical force and magnificent power. Just now, his intent mainly affected the elements of Earth, so it had a strong gravitational effect. Combined with the sacred lightning body's physical force, normal Sacred Lords were unable to fight back against Zhao Feng at all. This Zhao Feng's strength. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had a grim expression. Just a month or so had passed, and Zhao Feng had completely familiarized himself with the power of the mystic light realm. His current strength had surpassed his imagination. The two sides then started to negotiate. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss took out some of his resources, and the other two Sacred Lords almost emptied their pockets. In the end, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss left the Hall of Gods with a depressed expression. Bai Qingyue used these resources to their fullest. Also, give 3 purifying blood sacred spirit pills to the Grand Elder of Black Screen Corner. Zhao Feng left after giving out orders. The resources that he had obtained from Nine Darkness Palace were extremely plentiful. It was comparable to the resources of a 3-star power that had existed for 1,000,000 years. If used well, the Hall of God's development speed would increase once more. At the same time, Zhao Feng also knew that he needed to increase his strength quickly as well. There were only 2 factors that determined the strength of a faction. The first was human resources, and the second was the powerhouses overseeing it. Zhao Feng glanced over where Nan Gongxing was when he returned to the Forbidden Hall. A wicked and terrifying power covered the area around the hall that Nan Gongxing was in. It wasn't a forbidden ground, but it was like a forbidden ground, and no one dared to approach it. Maybe it was because Zhao Feng had broken through to the mystic light realm and displayed his battle power, but Nan Gongxing was stimulated and started to absorb the power of the evil god after recovering from his injuries. According to what Zhao Feng knew, Xieyong was an ancient god, a peak existence amongst the heavenly gods. As long as nothing happened to Nan Gongxing, he would be able to inherit and control this power. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the heavenly divine realm, and he might even be able to become a high-tier god. Heavenly divine realm. Zhao Feng also wanted to become a god, but he was still too far away from the heavenly divine realm. Zhao Feng entered a state of cultivation after returning to the Hall of God's forbidden grounds. After breaking through to the mystic light realm, Zhao Feng's physical strength had increased by leaps and bounds, but his soul hadn't improved much. Zhao Feng's biggest reliance was still his god's spiritual eye, so Zhao Feng placed more emphasis on his soul. The reason why he was strengthening his body was so that he could deal with the true god lightning tribulation in the future. Furthermore, the new ability of his left eye, duplication, used a lot of eye intent. Without a powerful soul, this ability of Zhao Feng's would be greatly reduced. Zhao Feng circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and started to multitask. First, Zhao Feng drank some pond water. The pond water didn't have much of an effect on Zhao Feng's body, so most of the energy was transferred to his soul. Part of Zhao Feng's consciousness then started to comprehend some of the secret techniques and techniques of the earth of wind lightning. The last part of his consciousness stayed in the dimension of his god eye. Now that Zhao Feng had 2 god tribulation heads, he had twice as much god tribulation lightning left. Although it was still very little, it was better than nothing. After all, god tribulation lightning was something that couldn't be found. However, Zhao Feng wasn't in a rush to absorb the god tribulation lightning. Instead, he tried to use the mysterious golden ball to duplicate it. Zhao Feng first duplicated the cultivation resources he needed and then slowly increased the quality. He wanted to know the limits of this duplication ability. Just like that, Zhao Feng entered seclusion to increase his strength in all aspects. At the same time, Zhao Feng used the Dark Heart Seal to communicate with Bai Qingyue and understand what was going on in the outside world. In this period of time, the elders of the Earth Demon cult also personally came to apologize and gave large amounts of compensation. Furthermore, the battle between the Hall of Gods and Nine Darkness Palace made the Hall of Gods famous. Now that they had obtained a large amount of resources, the Hall of Gods was able to quickly expand into the continent. The Silence Assassination Division's mission to assassinate the upper echelon members of Nine Darkness Palace continued. After all, Nine Darkness Palace didn't have any evidence to prove that it was the Hall of Gods. Nine Darkness Palace only used protection and deterrence in this situation. Not long ago, the 19th ranked assassin of the Silence Assassination Division was captured by Nine Darkness Palace and executed. On the other side, Black Screen Corner didn't say anything about the development of a Silence Assassination Division. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Zhao Feng's 5 elemental wind lightning technique and the golden Kuan sacred lightning body had both consolidated at the early stages of the 9th level. His soul intent had increased, and his overall strength had increased. Master, demigod Kuan Yin, didn't leave after arriving on the battlefield. On this day, Bai Qingyue sent this information to Zhao Feng. The situation on the battlefield was developing very quickly. After demigod Kuan Yin arrived on the battlefield and realized that he had been tricked, he didn't rush back. Instead, he chose to stay on the battlefield. Zhao Feng thought that Kuan Yin probably wanted to accumulate war points and exchange them for resources to increase his strength. There weren't any late-stage mystic light realm experts on the battlefield yet, but Kuan Yin's actions sped up the progress of the battle, and the strength of the battle power on the battlefield increased once more. No, I need to go to the battlefield. Zhao Feng's eyes became grim. Zhao Feng had originally lured Kuan Yin to the battlefield because he thought that Kuan Yin would immediately return after discovering that Zhao Feng wasn't there. This meant that Kuan Yin would waste most of his time on the way back, and his strength would stop increasing. However, the result exceeded Zhao Feng's expectations. Since that was the case, Zhao Feng could only find Kuan Yin before his strength increased dramatically and resolved the enmity between them. After all, Zhao Feng's strength had already consolidated to the peak, and he could still talk to Kuan Yin. Otherwise, once Kuan Yin's strength recovered to the level of a demigod, it would be over for Zhao Feng. Nan Gongsheng, do you want to go to the battlefield? Zhao Feng messaged Nan Gongsheng. Apart from absorbing the power of the evil god, Nan Gongsheng also took on assassination missions over the past half a year. He was at the early stages of the Mystic Light realm now, and he was the #1 assassin in the Silence Assassination Division. Chapter 1057, Battlefield. Nan Gongsheng suddenly opened his eyes, and an invisible wicked power slowly spread. I'm going to see Kuan Yin. Zhao Feng messaged. Talking to the demigod Kuan Yin was one thing, but Zhao Feng also wanted to see Yufei. Furthermore, while Zhao Feng was back, Zhao Yufei had stayed with the 13th Princess faction and helped him achieve many things. Zhao Feng had to stop her. I'll go. The Silence Assassination Division isn't suitable for me, Nan Gongsheng said in a low tone. Nan Gongsheng's cultivation was too high. It was already pretty good if there were 1 or 2 assassination missions in the Silence Assassination Division that reached his level. Furthermore, Nan Gongsheng had heard a lot of news from the front lines. The situation on the battlefield had been developing quickly, and the level of battle had increased. Even late-stage, sacred lords had appeared. From the looks of it, going to the battlefield was much more interesting than staying in the Silence Assassination Division. Good. Prepare yourself. We'll leave in a month. Zhao Feng said. Nan Gongsheng knew a bit about the conflict between Zhao Feng and Kuan Yin. Zhao Feng wanted to test Nan Gongsheng, but when Nan Gongsheng heard that Zhao Feng was going to see Kuan Yin, he didn't show any intentions of helping him. Instead, he cared more about killing enemies. From the looks of it, Nan Gongsheng had been affected by the fight with 9 Darkness Palace. He had absorbed a lot of the power of the evil god to increase his strength, and this caused his relatively stable mind to become unstable. Zhao Feng also needed to prepare in a month's time. With a thought, Zhao Feng entered the dimension of his left eye. Success! Zhao Feng revealed a joyful expression. This time, the item that Zhao Feng chose to duplicate was an extremely high-quality resource, the Earth Spirit Golden Striped Ganoderma. He didn't expect that the mysterious golden ball would be able to duplicate such a precious resource in just 5 days. However, over the past few days, Zhao Feng's I intent had been at a low level, and he had used up a lot of Yuan Qi. The I intent affected the power of Zhao Feng's I bloodline techniques, and the Yuan Qi affected everything in Zhao Feng's physical body. If Zhao Feng's Yuan Qi was severely damaged, it could damage his foundation, which would be extremely difficult to recover from. Based on the value of the Earth Spirit Golden Pattern Zoisha, Zhao Feng roughly estimated that an item that was 1 grade higher would be the limit of what Zhao Feng could replicate. It's almost equivalent to a heaven-ranked, mid-grade, divine weapon. Zhao Feng was slightly shocked. In other words, as long as Zhao Feng was given enough time and resources, Zhao Feng could even replicate divine weapons in batches. Similarly, Zhao Feng also confirmed that it was impossible to use this ability to replicate the God-slaying arrow. Even if he could replicate the God-slaying arrow, it would still be extremely difficult. Next, Zhao Feng's consciousness sank into the mysterious golden ball, and in the next instant, he arrived at the ancient dream realm. In the ancient dream realm, there were only a few golden-winged scarlet tigers near the pond. Zhao Feng had already given the order for the other golden-winged scarlet tigers to explore the entire forest. Master, apart from the earth-shattering raging bulls and the sky-fire lightning ape, there are no other threats in this forest. The leader of the golden-winged scarlet tigers reported to Zhao Feng, Master, these are the resources we've obtained. The golden-winged scarlet tiger took out many rare herbs from its little world, and a strong medicinal aroma spread out instantly. Not bad. Zhao Feng put away all the ancient resources. There were many unknown treasures in Zhao Feng's misty spatial world, and they were all obtained from the Black Wind Canyon last time. Zhao Feng didn't dare to take out these unknown treasures and let others identify them, so he could only store them for now. What are our chances of winning against the earth-shattering raging bulls? Zhao Feng asked. The earth-shattering raging bulls were ranked in the top 30 of the 10,000 ancient races, so there was a certain difference between the two. Now that master's strength has increased, we have a 50% chance of winning. The leader of the golden-winged scarlet tigers thought for a moment before replying. 50%. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. Back then, Zhao Feng and 5 bee emperors had to use their full strength to defeat this golden-winged scarlet tiger. Now that Zhao Feng had broken through to the mystic light realm, he could defeat the leader of the golden-winged scarlet tigers by himself. The leader of the golden-winged scarlet tigers obviously knew this, but it still said this. From this, one could see that the earth-shattering raging bulls were not simple. Looks like I should help you guys. Zhao Feng said slowly. Zhao Feng wanted to dig out resources from the ancient dream realm, mainly by enslaving ancient beasts. Ever since Zhao Feng enslaved these golden-winged scarlet tigers, he forgot to help them. One had to know that this golden-winged scarlet tiger leader was only at the early stages of the mystic light realm, but it had the strength of a late-stage mystic light realm. Its sole intent was only at the early stages of the mystic light realm, which was why Zhao Feng was only able to defeat it when he was only a quasi-sacred lord. However, nurturing the golden-winged scarlet tigers was a tough task for Zhao Feng. Almost all the golden-winged scarlet tigers here had reached the level of a sacred lord. They lived in the ancient dream realm and were extremely strong in all aspects. What should Zhao Feng use to nurture them? In the end, Zhao Feng made a decision. Tell all the golden-winged scarlet tigers to use up all the energy in this pond and then attack the earth-shattering raging bulls race. Zhao Feng said after taking away some of the pond water. He would have to rely on the resources in the ancient dream realm to nurture the golden-winged scarlet tigers. At the same time, Zhao Feng decided to use his duplication ability to duplicate resources from the ancient dream realm to increase the battle power of the golden-winged scarlet tigers. After we successfully attack the earth-shattering raging bulls race, we'll head toward the area behind the forest. The only way to obtain resources was to keep exploring. The golden-winged scarlet tigers nodded their heads. They understood Zhao Feng's ambition. After saying that, Zhao Feng left the ancient dream realm. By Qinghua, I'll be heading to the front lines soon. Zhao Feng communicated with Bai Qinghua through the Dark Heart Seal and started to tell her everything. Zhao Feng then discussed the future development of the Silence Assassination Division with Supreme Emperor Dark Knight. Zhao Feng then went to Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit's alchemy pavilion and took out another golden-winged scarlet tiger and 3 bottles of pond water from the ancient dream realm for her. Zhao Feng then took out the ancient herbs that he had obtained from the ancient dream realm after returning to the Forbidden Grounds. Spirit Gathering Soul Refining Grass. It can condense soul intent and heal injuries to the soul. It's also a great ingredient for some Tao of the Soul spiritual pills. The Spirit Gathering Soul Refining Grass was one of the most valuable Tao of the soul. After eating it, Zhao Feng felt a strong surge of wood elemental soul power slowly spread through Zhao Feng's soul. At the same time, a surge of wood elemental intent appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. A month later, Zhao Feng opened his eyes, and an invisible surge of mental energy spread out. My soul intent has become stronger. It's far stronger than normal early-stage mystic light realms. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. This was his first time using a treasure from the ancient dream realm, and the effect was unexpectedly good. Zhao Feng could absorb normal treasures from the continent zone in 5 days at most, but the Spirit Gathering Soul Refining Grass from the ancient dream realm took such a long time for Zhao Feng. From this, one could see how strong its effect was. Several ancient resources also appeared in front of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had duplicated them using the mysterious golden ball during his month of seclusion. Zhao Feng's figure appeared outside the hall. Nan Gongsheng had been waiting there for a long time. Let's go, Zhao Feng said. Shua. Zhao Feng waved the arm guard in his hand, and their figures started to fade and disappear amidst a layer of silver light. If it was just Zhao Feng by himself, Zhao Feng would be able to travel an entire province and recover his energy, and he would be able to arrive at the front lines in around 5 days. However, this time, Zhao Feng was carrying an early-stage mystic light realm sacred lord, which greatly increased his energy consumption, so he had to shorten the distance. As expected of a substandard god weapon, the misty spatial world. It's so convenient. Nan Gongsheng licked his lips as a weird light flashed through his eyes. Zhao Feng's eyes focused. He could see the greed in Nan Gongsheng's eyes. From the looks of it, Nan Gongsheng's rationality and personality had been twisted by the power of the evil god. Nan Gongsheng, try this. Zhao Feng took out a flask of pond water from the ancient dream realm. Nan Gongsheng scanned it with his divine sense and hesitated for a moment before drinking it. The evil aura around his body then started to weaken. Around 10 days later, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng arrived at the front lines. Since Zhao Feng had left spatial coordinates in Meng City, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng went straight to Meng City. However, at this moment, Meng City was like a city in the sky. There was only one emperor, several kings, and several hundred great origin core realm experts. With Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng's cultivation, no one would be able to find them if they wanted to hide themselves. Looks like the situation of the war is changing very quickly, Zhao Feng murmured. According to what he knew, the situation at the front lines was extremely intense. It wasn't as simple as just defending the cities anymore. Instead, they split up their forces and started to fight for every inch of land. Even the generals guarding the cities personally led a small group into the battlefield. The 9th Prince was no exception. Let's go to the battlefield. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng left Meng City. The battle power at the front lines was extremely high, and danger was everywhere. Kuan Yin and Yu Fei would definitely come looking for them if they killed the enemies and made a name for themselves. This was Zhao Feng's current plan. The Hall of Gods didn't need Zhao Feng's resources anymore. On the contrary, it was Zhao Feng who used the Hall of Gods to gather resources. However, this was far from enough. Just the resources that Zhao Feng needed for his own cultivation were comparable to the wealth of a sacred king. Zhao Feng also needed to raise the golden-winged scarlet tigers from the ancient dream realm. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng sped across the sky. The two arrived at the battlefield within 2 days. With Zhao Feng's super eyesight, he soon found a non-human group. The leader was a quasi-sacred lord, and apart from 3 Void God Realm members, everyone else was an elite king. Emperor Blade River, there's a situation in the southwest. A member of the team who was good at scouting said. Then 2 figures dashed toward them at high speed. Just the 2 of them. Are those 2 humans idiots? Just the 2 of them, and they dare to walk around the battlefield so fearlessly? Some of the non-human kings in the group started to laugh. A bunch of idiots. Run. The leader, Emperor Blade River, had a pale white expression as he turned into a streak of white light and escaped. Emperor Blade River's intent had touched the level of a sacred lord. According to his senses, those 2 were definitely sacred lords, and the purple and blood-haired male gave him a strong sense of danger. Physical force, lightning domain. Zhao Feng flew above this group and released a desolate surge of physical force, lightning from his sacred lightning body. In the blink of an eye, the area within 1,000 miles turned into a dark, lightning-filled space. All of the outsiders who had stopped in the area were instantly killed. Not a single one survived. The effect of Zhao Feng's Earth of Wind Lightning, when used with the physical force, lightning domain doubled. Even normal mystic light realm experts would find it hard to move within Zhao Feng's physical force, lightning domain. Whoosh! Seeing that Zhao Feng had finished off all the non-humans, Nan Gongsheng turned into a streak of purple and blood-colored light and chased after the quasi-sacred lord that was running away. How is this possible? Why are there 2 saint lords with such strong battle prowess here? Are the humans starting to counterattack? Emperor Blade River's body trembled as if he had fallen into an ice house when he saw Zhao Feng take action. Whoosh! A purple and blood-colored figure suddenly descended, and Emperor Blade River's movements became extremely slow. Crack! The purple and blood-colored figures formed a purple and blood-colored demonic claw that grabbed Emperor Blade River and crushed the body and soul of this non-human, quasi-sacred lord. Chapter 1058. After destroying this non-human group, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng continued to search for prey and the 9th Prince's group. It didn't take long before Zhao Feng's left. I discovered another non-human team. This time, the leader of this team was a sacred lord expert. Let's go! Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. Although late-stage mystic light realm sacred lords had appeared on the battlefield, there were only 2 or 3 of them in an entire province. Therefore, the strongest battle power on the battlefield was still at the initial stage mystic light realm. Humans are attacking. The Wolfman sacred lord in the non-human group sensed that something was wrong. The entire group of 30 to 40 experts immediately went into a wary state. 2 humans. The Wolfman sacred lord's heart jumped. He immediately realized that the other 2 were only at the initial stage mystic light realm, and the purple and blood-haired youth gave off a dangerous feeling. Retreat while fighting. The Wolfman leader's eyes became grim as he ordered. The humans have sent more sacred lords. One of the peak martial monarchs was slightly surprised. Although the number of initial stage mystic light realm sacred lords was increasing, they had never seen 2 mystic light realm sacred lords in one group. Their group could be considered one of the strongest groups on the battlefield, but they had to retreat when facing 2 sacred lords. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng charged over. This time, Zhao Feng charged toward the Wolfman's sacred lord and left the other members to Nan Gongsheng. Wang, a large purple and blood-colored divine light, spread behind Nan Gongsheng's back and merged into the air. Heaven and earth instantly fell into a wicked purple and blood-colored dimension. Nan Gongsheng's figure moved around in the projection of his little world like a ghost. Not good. I underestimated their strength. The Wolfman's sacred lord's heart went cold when he felt the terrifying power of the little world projection. Art. The essence and blood of the non-human enemies in Nan Gongxing's little world projection started to fade. Some of the weaker kings turned into dry corpses. How can this be? Some of the stronger non-human martial monarchs were astounded. They didn't expect these two young sacred lords to have such terrifying battle power. They couldn't fight back at all in front of these two humans. Roar! The Wolfman's sacred lord instantly used a secret technique to activate his bloodline. He turned into a giant azure wolf and sped off into the distance. At the same time, this divine lord crushed a message talisman. A beam of light shot into the void and disappeared. The Wolfman's sacred lord suddenly felt a strong sense of danger coming closer and closer. With Zhao Feng's speed, it was easy for him to catch up to this werewolf holy lord. Sky-shattering sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng condensed his wind lightning force and unleashed a tyrannical scarlet golden palm shadow. Although Zhao Feng's earth of wind lightning was of a higher level, it focused on defense and control. When it came to attacking, Zhao Feng still used the fire of wind lightning. This power, the Wolfman's sacred lord felt a sense of danger that he had never felt before. The palm seemed to merge with heaven and earth intent and sealed off all his paths of retreat. The Wolfman's sacred lord immediately turned around, and a surge of green mystic light, sacred power started to burn. The Wolfman race didn't specialize in defense. For them, offense was the best defense. Green wolf sacred light. The Wolfman's sacred lord, who had turned into an azure wolf, opened his mouth and spat out a surge of mystic light, sacred power that had been compressed to the limit. However, when this wave of green sacred light landed on Zhao Feng's scarlet golden sacred lightning palm, it only made Zhao Feng's sacred lightning palm pause for a moment. Boom! The scarlet golden sacred lightning palm smashed forward and annihilated the terrifying power of the green light wave. Boom! The remaining power of the palm landed on the azure wolf and sent it flying several miles away. Whoosh! Zhao Feng immediately followed and unleashed several palms to take the life of this non-human sacred lord. Very simply, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing had destroyed one of the strongest non-human groups in this war zone. Just like that, the duo roamed around the war zone outside of Meng City. Every non-human group that they found was annihilated without a single survivor. At the same time, they met many human groups. Zhao Feng finally found the Ninth Prince's group through their information. In the ruins of a palace. Who's there? The eyes of a middle-aged male wearing black and gold robes in the Ninth Prince's group flashed, and a sharp and powerful aura instantly spread. Zhao Feng, you're here? The Ninth Prince flew out from the group. Zhao Feng? The expression of this middle-aged male in black and gold robes changed slightly as he looked at the two youths flying over. News of the battle between the Hall of Gods and Nine Darkness Palace had spread across the Great Gon Lord dynasty, and the front lines were no exception. The Hall of Gods, a new force that had just been created, was able to fight back against a late-stage mystic light realm elder of Nine Darkness Palace. There were even rumors that the Grand Elder of the Hall of Gods, Zhao Feng, had chased Elder Demonic Abyss across an entire province. In the end, the Grand Elder of the Earth Demon cult had to take action to end the chase. The other emperors and kings in the group all looked at Zhao Feng with respect, envy, and jealousy. Senior Zhao. The three disciples of the Ji family were also in the Ninth Prince's group. The three of them were no longer as immature as they were before. Instead, they looked more mature. Ji Lan was the most beautiful of them all. She was like a lotus in autumn, elegant and quiet. She had a lot of suitors on the battlefield. This is an upper echelon member of the Grand Imperial Hall, Sacred Lord Gong Huang. The Ninth Prince introduced to Zhao Feng. Greetings, Senior. Zhao Feng gave a slight bow when he saw the ninth prince's gaze. The strength of the ninth prince's group was the strongest that Zhao Feng had seen so far. Sacred Lord Gonghuang was the strongest expert in the group, and he was at the early stages of the mystic light realm. However, there were 2 quasi-sacred lords in the group, and the other members weren't peak experts. Zhao Feng, I've heard of you a long time ago. This should be Nan Gongsheng, right? Sacred Lord Gonghuang inspected the 2 youths in front of him and didn't dare to underestimate them. That's right, Nan Gongsheng said. Ziheng, with your friend's help, we can advance and wipe out the non-human groups in front of us. Sacred Lord Gonghuang suggested. Because of what happened with Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, the Grand Imperial Hall was worried about the ninth prince's safety, so they sent the stronger Sacred Lord Gonghuang away. Thank you, Zhao Feng. The ninth prince said with a faint smile. Not long after Zhao Feng left, the princes started to secretly gather people to increase their own battle power and achieve many things. For example, the 13th prince originally had the support of Zhao Yufei Palace and the Earth Demon cult, but Zhao Yufei suddenly arrived. From then on, the 13th prince was unstoppable. He took back a lot of Great Gon territory and defeated many non-human sacred lords. The Great Gon Imperials were extremely satisfied with his performance. In the end, the non-humans sent Sacred Lord Myriad Forms to stop the 13th prince. Ever since Zhao Feng left, the forces led by the 9th prince didn't do anything, and they started to lose their glory. Zhao Feng's ranking on the Lan province war board also dropped, and he was now ranked 273rd. However, now that Zhao Feng had returned to the battlefield, he was a sacred lord, and he even brought Nan Gongsheng, who had the power of the evil god. The morale of the 9th prince's group was extremely high. Many of the members had followed the 9th prince to this point, and they couldn't help but think back to when they broke through 2 cities and forced Sacred Lord Myriad Forms to retreat. Let's head out. The 9th prince was filled with confidence. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. A group with 3 sacred lords hadn't appeared yet, although it was a bit too eye-catching. That was what Zhao Feng wanted. If Kuan Yin heard news of Zhao Feng, he would definitely rush over. Of course, Zhao Yufei was there as well. The 9th prince's group then quickly moved through the battlefield and killed all the non-human groups they met. They were unstoppable. In just 10 days, they had pushed forward 10 million miles outside of Meng City and were about to reach the stronghold of the non-humans. On this day, the 9th prince's group stopped at a canyon to rest. I heard that the non-humans have already reacted and sent more sacred lords to this area. That doesn't have much to do with us. With the strength of our group, we don't need to be afraid. The members of the group chatted casually. Shua. Zhao Feng's figure disappeared and entered the misty spatial world. Zhao Feng then took out some resources that he had duplicated recently from the dimension of his left eye. In the next instant, Zhao Feng entered the ancient dream realm. At this moment, the pond in the center of the forest had completely dried up. It had been used up by the golden-winged scarlet tigers and the 5 poison, distinct bees. In this period of time, Zhao Feng would often send in some of the ancient resources that he had duplicated. The overall strength of the golden-winged scarlet tigers had increased by 50% compared to before. Attack the earth-shattering raging bulls race. Zhao Feng ordered and led the golden-winged scarlet tigers and the 5 poison distinct bees toward the territory of the earth-shattering raging bulls race. In the outside world, Zhao Feng's figure suddenly disappeared, and it surprised many of the members. I heard that Senior Zhao has a substandard god weapon. The substandard god weapon has a large little world that can be entered and exited at will. That's right, this substandard god weapon came from the ancient mysterious palace in the divine illusion dimension. Back then, so many geniuses were there, but this substandard god weapon ended up in Senior Zhao's hands. Some of the kings and emperors that admired Zhao Feng talked about Zhao Feng on the way. With a whoosh, Zhao Feng's figure returned to this dimension. Zhao Feng, let's get ready to go, the ninth prince said after seeing that Zhao Feng had finished what he was doing. Before the reinforcements of the non-humans arrived, they could take over some territory and kill some non-human groups to obtain war points. Zhao Feng took out some resources that could recover Yuan Qi and mystic light, sacred power, and ate them. I've successfully taken over the earth-shattering Raging Bull's race. Now I just need to defeat the strongest expert in this forest, the Skyfire Lightning Ape, and this forest will be my territory. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. After defeating the earth-shattering Raging Bull's race, Zhao Feng had obtained many new resources. Most of them were earth elemental ores and resources. However, Zhao Feng needed to be careful when dealing with the Skyfire Lightning Ape. The Skyfire Lightning Ape was ranked 9,412th among the 10,000 ancient races. It was several hundred ranks lower than the golden-winged scarlet tigers and the earth-shattering Raging Bulls. The lucky thing was that according to the golden-winged scarlet tiger's intelligence, there was only one Skyfire Lightning Ape in this forest. But its strength was so strong that even the leader of the golden-winged scarlet tigers didn't dare to get too close. It was the absolute ruler of this forest. It's been a long time since I've seen a non-human group. Sacred Lord Gonghuang felt that something was wrong and suddenly said, "Ha ha ha, our group is too strong. The non-humans might have already abandoned this place. It's all thanks to Senior Zhao and Senior Nangong." Some of the kings in the group laughed and said they didn't need to do anything to obtain war points by following the three sacred lords. However, right at this moment, heaven and earth suddenly became dark. Heaven and earth Yuan Qi started to surge as wind, rain, lightning, and fire descended. A non-human group quickly flew over from the distance. The leader was tall and had a pair of rainbow-colored eyes that seemed to contain everything in heaven and earth. Chapter 1059. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. Sacred Lord Gonghuang said in shock. All king-level members, retreat immediately. The ninth prince immediately ordered. The three sacred lords in the ninth prince's group could deal with sacred Lord Myriad Forms alone. However, there was an elephant-human sacred lord with a terrifying aura next to sacred Lord Myriad Forms. It was just that his aura was covered by the eyes of myriad forms. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone below the level of an emperor immediately retreated. Even emperors and quasi-sacred lords retreated far away. Zhao Feng, you finally dared to come to the battlefield. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms revealed an excited and deadly smile. Back then, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms was forced into desperation by Zhao Feng's arrow and almost died. How could he not take revenge? However, Zhao Feng had already left the battlefield after Sacred Lord Myriad Forms recovered from his injuries. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms then roamed around the battlefield in search of Zhao Feng, causing the hearts of the humans to shake. Luckily, Zhao Yufei appeared on the battlefield at the very last moment and displayed shocking battle power that attracted the attention of the non-humans. The non-humans then sent Sacred Lord Myriad Forms to deal with the 13th prince. Nan Gongxing's eyes flashed as he licked his lips and started to circulate the evil power within his body. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, I didn't manage to kill you last time, and now you're here to die? Zhao Feng smiled, now that he had broken through to the mystic light realm. Fighting against Sacred Lord Myriad Forms wasn't a problem anymore. As for the late-stage mystic light realm sacred lords next to Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, he could just leave them to Nan Gongxing. Nan Gongxing hadn't met a single decent opponent on the way here, and he was getting impatient. Stop boasting. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms revealed a disdainful look. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng used that powerful arrow last time, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms wouldn't have lost. Furthermore, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms completely consolidated his cultivation while he was healing. Sacred Lord Myriad Form's strength had increased by quite a bit. He didn't believe that Zhao Feng had more arrows like that. Even if Zhao Feng did have more, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms would be able to escape last time. Zhao Feng sneered. If Zhao Feng had shot out a dark golden arrow that targeted the soul, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms wouldn't have been able to escape. Elder Sky Trampler, I'll leave the other 2 humans to you. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms said to the Elephant Man, Sacred Lord next to him. In order to kill Zhao Feng, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms paid a huge price and asked Sacred Lord Sky Trampler, an elder of his race. Of course, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms didn't ask Sacred Lord Sky Trampler to help him deal with Zhao Feng. He only asked Sacred Lord Sky Trampler to stall the other Sacred Lords. Zhao Feng had to be slaughtered by him. I don't put too early stage mystic light realms in my eyes. Sacred Lord Sky Trampler had an arrogant expression, but his gaze lingered on Nan Gongsheng for a moment. Whoosh! The 2 elephant-human Sacred Lords instantly moved, and their magnificent power shook heaven and earth. Myriad Earth Domain. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' eyes of Myriad Forms suddenly started to spin, and heaven and earth started to tremble as a powerful intent of nature appeared. Suddenly, the entire world was covered in a layer of dark yellow mist, and an extremely terrifying pressure descended upon them. This was the eyes of Myriad Forms changing the element of heaven and earth. It was different from domains, and there was no way to break it. Nan Gongsheng and Sacred Lord Gonghuang's bodies suddenly became heavy, and they felt as if they were being obstructed. Boom! Sacred Lord Sky Trampler stomped down with 1 foot, and a dark yellow mystic light, sacred power, appeared. Space nearby started to tremble as the intent of Earth was controlled by him. Not good. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms has changed the elements of heaven and earth, and Sacred Lord Sky Trampler also cultivates an earth elemental technique. Sacred Lord Gonghuang's expression became grim. Being a late-stage Sacred Lord, Sacred Lord Sky Trampler already had the advantage. With the help of the power of heaven and earth, Sacred Lord Sky Trampler would only become stronger. However, in comparison, he didn't want to face Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. Wang boom! Killing intent flashed through Nan Gongsheng's eyes as a purple and blood-colored divine light shot out from his back and entered a small area of heaven and earth, causing some damage to the Myriad Forms Earth world. What a powerful little world projection! Sacred Lord Gonghuang was overjoyed. Boom! Nan Gongsheng ignored Sacred Lord Gonghuang and charged forward. His dominating little world power was able to break through the suppression of the Myriad Forms Earth world. Sky Trampling Stance. Sacred Lord Sky Trampler circulated a technique and suddenly raised his right foot before stomping it down. A terrifying surge of earth elemental power seemed to explode through space and charge toward Nan Gongsheng. Whoosh! Sacred Lord Gonghuang immediately released the power of his little world projection to fight back against the dark yellow world and help Nan Gongsheng. Nan Gongsheng's battle power made him overjoyed, but it was hard for Nan Gongsheng to deal with Sacred Lord Sky Trampler alone. Once he was defeated, Sacred Lord Gonghuang wouldn't be Sacred Lord Sky Trampler's match. Boom! Pum! Pum! The 9th Prince led some peak emperors and quasi-sacred lords outside of the Sacred Lord battlefield and fought against several non-human experts. At the center of this dark yellow world, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms and Zhao Feng had already taken action. Sacred Lightning Dominating Body. Zhao Feng circulated the earth of wind lightning and merged it into his sacred lightning body. Zhao Feng's sacred body instantly grew taller, and a layer of sparkling yellow lightning appeared on it. It was as if he had become a golden god of war. Who Zhao Feng used the lightning wings flying technique and charged toward sacred Lord Myriad Forms. He's not affected by the Myriad Forms Earth world. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms said in shock as he looked at Zhao Feng's figure. Because he had fought with Zhao Feng before, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms knew that Zhao Feng didn't specialize in the elements of earth or metal. This was why Sacred Lord Myriad Forms invited Sacred Lord Sky Trampler, who cultivated an earth elemental technique and was prepared to use the power of earth to quickly kill Zhao Feng. However, he didn't expect Zhao Feng to comprehend the element of earth this time. Sword of Sharp Metal. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms circulated his rainbow-colored mystic light, sacred power, and instantly turned it into an attack of pure metal. Earth gave birth to metal, so his sword of sharp metal wasn't affected at all in this environment. Whoosh! Several hundred golden swords pierced through space and stabbed toward Zhao Feng. Physical force, lightning domain, fire of wind lightning. Fire countered metal. So Zhao Feng circulated the fire of wind lightning and formed a physical force lightning domain. A scarlet golden domain of lightning instantly appeared around Zhao Feng's body along with a terrifying heat. The golden swords that just got close were instantly suppressed by lightning, fire, and physical force. Tornado of wind lightning. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and a terrifying ball of fire of wind lightning that contained the power of God Tribulation, lightning, welcomed Sacred Lord Myriad Form's attack. His fire elemental power can break through my metal intent? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms paused and was slightly surprised. He didn't know that Zhao Feng specialized in the element of fire, and the Blood Devil Sun bloodline within Zhao Feng's body was also a fire elemental bloodline. Take this move from me. Zhao Feng suddenly thrust out his palm. The current him wasn't scared of Sacred Lord Myriad Forms at all. This move from Zhao Feng didn't contain any element. It was purely the power of the tyrant body. This was because he knew that the owner of the Eyes of Myriad Forms had a strong defense against any element of nature. Otherwise, Zhao Feng's substandard god-slaying arrow would have been able to kill Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. Child's play. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms squinted his eyes, and the power of earth in front of him formed a dark yellow wall of earth that blocked off everything. Boom! Pum! Pum! Zhao Feng's pure physical force was blocked by the wall. After all, the intent of earth specialized in defense. Mental energy spike. Zhao Feng suddenly circulated his left eye, and a purple and gold, crystal-like spike of lightning pierced through the wall and into Sacred Lord Myriad Form's soul. Arg! Sacred Lord Myriad Forms instantly screamed as lightning struck his soul, causing his soul to tremble. Looks like soul eye bloodline techniques are the most effective against you, Zhao Feng said. The Eyes of Myriad Forms had the ability to attack and defend in the physical dimension. No element of nature would be able to harm it. Damn it, this human's eyes are soul elemental. The lines in Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' eyes started to spin. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms knew that his weakness was his soul, so he cultivated a defensive, soul-based secret technique. However, he didn't expect Zhao Feng to still be able to injure him. Golden Sword Storm. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms released a large amount of mystic light, sacred power, and prepared to quickly finish off Zhao Feng. Forbidden Illusion Lost World. Zhao Feng used the lightning wings flying technique and instantly closed in on Sacred Lord Myriad Forms while using a soul eye bloodline technique. Zhao Feng's left eye turned into a limitless purple and gold maze world that radiated a fatal attraction. Wang, Sacred Lord Myriad Form's gaze unconsciously landed on Zhao Feng's eyes, and he instantly felt as if his consciousness wasn't under his control. His battle technique was also interrupted by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique. Wang, Zhao Feng suddenly stopped using the Forbidden Illusion Lost World, and a shocking surge of eye bloodline flames appeared in his left eye. Purple light spun around it, and dark god tribulation lightning symbols appeared. Wind, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng immediately used an eye bloodline technique, while Sacred Lord Myriad Forms hadn't recovered yet and his soul intent was still weak. A ball of dark purple lightning fire exploded in Sacred Lord Myriad Form's head and started to burn. The current situation made Zhao Feng remember the first time he fought against Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. Zhao Feng was continuously attacked by Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, and he could only react accordingly. This time, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms had to face Zhao Feng's continuous soul attacks. Damn it, this brat! Sacred Lord Myriad Form's soul was severely injured, and he was extremely angry. His eyes of Myriad Forms could control the power of Myriad Forms, but Zhao Feng had also comprehended many elements, such as wood, water, fire, earth, wind, etc. This meant that Zhao Feng had a certain level of immunity towards the power of the eyes of Myriad Forms. However, Zhao Feng's left eye specialized in soul attacks, and Sacred Lord Myriad Forms didn't have this immunity. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms suddenly realized that he was being countered by Zhao Feng. Myriad Forms Dimension. The lines in Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' eyes suddenly started to spin. At that instant, heaven and earth seemed to tremble as countless elements moved through the air. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. Not good. He's going to release the Myriad Forms Dimension. Zhao Feng's heart moved. The Myriad Forms Dimension was one of Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' killing moves, and Zhao Feng had personally seen it before. I can't let him release the Myriad Forms Dimension. Zhao Feng's expression became grim. Zhao Feng was suppressed too much within the Myriad Forms Dimension, and Zhao Feng knew that Sacred Lord Myriad Forms still had the laws of yin and yang as his killing move. Who? The scarlet golden wings on Zhao Feng's back fluttered as he approached Sacred Lord Myriad Forms once more. Gaze of the God Eye. A shocking surge of eye bloodline power appeared from Zhao Feng's left eye and formed a bottomless purple whirlpool that connected to a purple abyss that was covered in mist. A forbidden power that could suck away one's soul instantly covered Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. This forbidden power was like the power of a god. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' soul suddenly shook and started to separate from his body. What is this? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' heart shook. If he continued to use the eyes of Myriad Forms and release the Myriad Forms Dimension, he wouldn't be able to protect his soul. Chapter 1060. What is this? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' heart shook. If he continued to use the eyes of Myriad Forms and the Myriad Forms Dimension, he wouldn't be able to protect his soul. However, if he didn't release the Wansheng space, he realized that he wasn't a match for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's expression was calm as he used the gaze of the God Eye with his left eye to suppress Sacred Lord Myriad Forms and slowly drag his soul out. At the same time, Zhao Feng released his divine sense and observed Nan Gongsheng's battle. Demonic chaos. Nan Gongsheng circulated his purple and blood-colored mystic light, sacred power, and punched out, creating terrifying silver and purple afterimages. He was like an ancient demon that roared and roared. Sacred Lord Sky Trampler, who was in the Myriad Forms Earth world, fell into a passive situation. Is this Nan Gongsheng's true power? Sacred Lord Gonghuang was shocked. He felt that Nan Gongsheng was enough to deal with Sacred Lord Sky Trampler without him doing anything. Blood Demon Claw. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Nan Gongsheng's face as he formed a giant purple and blood-colored claw that slammed towards Sacred Lord Sky Trampler. Sacred Lord Sky Trampler had an ugly expression as he activated the power of his bloodline, and a terrifying aura of hatred instantly erupted. Heaven-shattering stomp. The image of a dark elephant appeared on Sacred Lord Sky Trampler's body. The ancient dark elephant lifted its front foot and stomped down. a flow of terrifying physical strength accompanied by the heavy profound of earth spread out in all directions, shaking the earth and sky. Nan Gong Sheng, I'll help you. Sacred Lord Gong Huang held the golden halberd in his hand and slashed out, unleashing a giant golden dragon. Boom! Bang! Nan Gong Sheng and Sacred Lord Gong Huang teamed up and had the upper hand, suppressing Sacred Lord Sky Trampler. From the looks of it, as Nan Gongxing's cultivation increases, his control over the power of the evil god has become even better. Zhao Feng said softly, "You little brat, you're still distracted by other things." Sacred Lord Myriad Forms was enraged. While Zhao Feng was fighting him, he was still concerned about the situation in other places. Who? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' eyes of myriad forms suddenly spun. In the void, a colorful spiral pattern appeared, and then a figure jumped out from it. Sacred Lord Myriad Form's soul was suppressed by Zhao Feng, so he couldn't release the Myriad Form's dimension. He could only release his clone. A clone! Zhao Feng's expression tightened. When using the gaze of the God Eye, he couldn't be distracted by other attacks, or else the gaze of the God Eye would be interrupted. However, Sacred Lords at the early stages of the mystic light realm and above all seemed to have clones. To a certain degree, after breaking through to the mystic light realm, the effect of Zhao Feng's gaze of the God Eye decreased. Die. Sacred Lord Myriad Form's clone flashed with rainbow-colored sacred power as he charged toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng stopped the gaze of the God Eye and punched. Boom! A powerful and forceful force landed on Sacred Lord Myriad Form's clone. Before the attack arrived, Sacred Lord Myriad Form's clone's body had turned into stone, and a large amount of metal intent was mixed into the stone, increasing its defense and allowing it to take Zhao Feng's punch head-on. Boom! Sacred Lord Myriad Form's clone was instantly sent flying, and a giant hole appeared in its chest. Even though Sacred Lord Myriad Form's clone was fully focused on defense, it still wasn't able to block a single punch from Zhao Feng. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms used this chance to return his soul to his body and quickly increase the distance between him and Zhao Feng before putting his clone away. Sacred Lord Myriad Form's clone had comprehended many intents in the Myriad Forms dimension, and its understanding of the elements far surpassed others. However, Zhao Feng's punch still severely injured the clone and almost destroyed it. How is this possible? This human has grown so quickly. Fear appeared on Sacred Lord Myriad Form's face. In just 2 years, the human that he could easily crush had grown to the point where he was on par with him and even had the advantage. That is, Sacred Lord Myriad Form's eyes of myriad forms seemed to sense something. Zhao Feng's left eye also moved slightly. A small group of humans quickly flew over to the Ninth Prince's right. There were several abnormally powerful auras among them. Elder Sky Trampler, the humans' reinforcements have arrived. Retreat. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms immediately messaged as a surge of wind, lightning surrounded his body and sped away. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms group wasn't a match for the Ninth Prince's group, and the group that was rushing over was not simple either. If they didn't run now, they might never be able to leave. On the other side, Sacred Lord Sky Trampler understood the situation and immediately ran. He relied on the dense intent of Earth nearby to escape extremely quickly. You want to run? Nan Gongsheng was having a good time fighting, and he immediately chased after Sacred Lord Sky Trampler after seeing him run away. Rumble. Boom. Boom. The wind in heaven and earth started to change as intent surged. A storm of ice started to appear in front of Nan Gongsheng, and the intent of ice instantly slowed down Nan Gongsheng's speed. Nan Gongsheng, don't chase after him. Zhao Feng called Nan Gongsheng back. Even if Zhao Feng chased after the eyes of myriad forms himself, he didn't have a high chance of catching up. The intent of the eyes of myriad forms could change the nature of heaven and earth. One moment, heaven and earth were cold, and the next moment, it was as if they were in a swamp. The eyes of myriad forms specialized in intent of wind lightning, so their speed surpassed normal people. This meant that if one wanted to chase after sacred Lord Myriad Forms, they would need to be able to resist the power of nature while still being faster than sacred Lord Myriad Forms. Your Highness, Crown Prince, you've been doing quite well recently. At this moment, a voice slowly sounded as the group approached. Brother, 13th Prince, I can't compare to you. The 9th Prince had a calm expression. The newcomers were the 13th Prince's group. At the front of the group was a gorgeous, otherworldly, and peerless woman in a violet dress, and she instantly drew the gazes of everyone. Brother Feng! Zhao Yufei's eyes became watery as she looked at Zhao Feng below. There was nothing else in her eyes. It had been 9 years since she saw Zhao Feng in the divine illusion dimension. It had been 9 years, and Zhao Yufei finally saw Zhao Feng again. Brother Feng, I finally see you again. A figure that was like purple smoke leapt into Zhao Feng's arms. Zhao Yufei's eyes became slightly red. While she was happy, she also wanted to cry. She had too many things that she wanted to say. Zhao Feng's vision blurred, and he felt a warm and beautiful figure leap into his arms. Her tears made his face wet. Yufei! Zhao Feng's emotions started to fluctuate. Excitement and sadness appeared at the same time, and he couldn't tell what he was thinking. Sister Yufei. On the side, the 13th Prince's face was red with anger. The Sacred Emperor and the Grand Elder of the Duanmu family had agreed to marry the two of them. However, the woman he loved had leapt into the arms of another man. This made the anger in his heart burn and want to explode. Master. Zhao Feng looked at Duanmu Qing, who was in the 13th Prince's group. There was also a sacred lord of the demonic Dao next to Duanmu Qing. This sacred lord looked coldly at Zhao Feng. At this moment, the members of the 9th Prince's group that had left the battlefield immediately returned. Jilan looked at the beautiful ice jade goddess in Zhao Feng's arms, and her heart moved slightly. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. More and more spectators appeared. Many of them were stunned and discussed softly. Zhao Yufei's face became slightly red as she let go of Zhao Feng. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms has already escaped. Let's take over the stronghold in front of us and talk. The 9th Prince could tell that the 13th Prince definitely wasn't here to help. He probably had something to discuss. The 9th Prince and the 13th Prince's groups then pushed forward. They didn't find any non-human groups along the way. It was obvious that the non-humans had already given up on this stronghold. They soon arrived at an empty city. Zhao Feng, Zhao Yufei, and Duanmu Qing gathered in a separate hall. Brother Feng. Zhao Yufei wanted to say what was bothering her, but she didn't know where to start or how to start. Her emotions were very messy. Although she had a noble bloodline and was extremely strong, she was just a normal girl when it came to relationships. I know, don't worry. No one can force you to do something you don't want to do. Zhao Feng had a solemn expression and a decisive tone. Zhao Feng had the determination to kill the 13th Prince a long time ago, but he didn't have the chance to do so. After that, the 13th Prince kept challenging Zhao Feng's bottom line. Zhao Feng had already made up his mind to kill the 13th Prince. As long as he had the slightest chance, he would attack. As long as the 13th Prince was dead, what was the point of the engagement? Zhao Feng, Junior Martial Sister Yufei, and I came to the battlefield to discuss the engagement with the 13th Prince, Duanmu Qing said. However, the 13th Prince kept saying that he would make Yufei fall in love with him after talking to him a few times. Therefore, every discussion ended in a hurry without any results. I won't agree to cancel the engagement. At this moment, the 13th Prince slowly walked into the hall and looked at Zhao Feng with a cold gaze. He was really angry. Why did the plan that so many forces had planned and carried out failed? If Zhao Feng had been killed back then, this wouldn't have happened. This was the second time he saw the girl who was engaged to be hugged by Zhao Feng. This made the 13th prince's jealousy and killing intent for Zhao Feng reach a peak. However, he knew that Zhao Feng was very strong now. He could only rely on the forces behind him and his mother to take care of Zhao Feng. As long as the 13th prince didn't agree to cancel the engagement, the Duanmu family wouldn't be able to force the sacred emperor to cancel the engagement. Your Highness, I won't fall in love with you. Zhao Yufei's eyes looked at the 13th prince. Her tone was firm and filled with anger. You! The 13th prince was enraged. The woman he once loved had repeatedly wounded his heart. She had ignored his sincerity and love, and in front of so many people, she had thrown herself into the arms of another man. At this moment, the 13th prince felt that the girl he once loved was just as despicable. All he wanted to do right now was to kill Zhao Feng and torture Zhao Yufei. Zhao Feng looked at the 13th prince faintly, and a hidden surge of mental energy flashed by. No one present, including those in the stronghold, sensed it. Right at this moment, a terrifying and peerlessly powerful pressure descended upon this enormous palace. What's going on? Has the non-humans started to counterattack again? The 13th prince's legs instantly became soft, and he immediately ran out. Sacred Lord Black Iron, what happened? The 13th prince arrived next to Sacred Lord Black Iron with fear. This Sacred Lord Black Iron was a sacred lord of the demonic Tao in the 13th prince's group. He was sent by 9 Darkness Palace to protect the 13th prince and help him achieve something. Sacred Lord Black Iron was at the early stages of the Mystic Light realm. One had to know that there were only a few late-stage Mystic Light realm sacred lords on the battlefield in Lan Province, and they only appeared to stall the non-humans. Even the Crown Prince only had one early-stage Mystic Light realm sacred lord by his side. If the force behind the 13th prince sent a late-stage Mystic Light realm sacred lord to help the 13th prince, he wouldn't receive a good evaluation from the Imperials, even if he did well. Surges of divine sense spread out from the city, and quasi-sacred lords and sacred lords quickly appeared. Those who should come are here. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. Zhao Feng, come out. A terrifying thunderous roar sounded, and the entire city shook as if it was about to collapse. Whoosh! Zhao Feng appeared in the air above the hall and looked at the handsome youth with short hair. Long time no see, little Kuan Yin.